Welcome, gentle blade-bearer, to the mountain paths where cherry blossoms fall like snow and ancient spirits whisper through bamboo groves. Tonight, we follow the complete journey of Kamado Tanjiro, a boy whose heart burned brighter than any flame, whose compassion cut deeper than any sword. This is a tale of family bonds that transcend death itself, of breathing techniques passed down through generations, of demons who were once human, and humans who chose to become something more. So settle beneath your covers like morning mist settles in the valleys, and let the rhythm of total concentration breathing carry you into peaceful slumber as we traverse every step of Tanjiro's path. High in the mountains of Japan, where winter mist clung to ancient cedar trees like the breath of sleeping spirits, there lived a boy whose heart carried the weight of worlds yet to come. Kamado Tanjiro moved through his morning routine with the practiced grace of someone who had shouldered responsibility far beyond his 16 years, his footsteps silent on the wooden floors of the humble house that sheltered his entire universe. The pre-dawn darkness held no fear for him, only the familiar comfort of duty and the gentle sounds of his family sleeping peacefully in their futons. The Kamado household stirred to life as gradually as sunrise painting the snow-covered peaks, each member awakening to their role in the delicate symphony of survival that mountain families had perfected over generations. Tanjiro's mother, Ki, emerged from her small room with the serene dignity that had sustained her through widowhood and the countless challenges of raising 6 children alone. Her movements carried the quiet strength of mountain women, efficient and purposeful, never wasted on complaint or self-pity despite the burdens that would have broken lesser souls. Tanjiro had learned to read the morning like a familiar book, understanding which sounds meant Nezuko was helping their youngest siblings dress for the day, which creaking floorboards indicated that Takeo was attempting to avoid his chores, and which particular quality of silence suggested that Hanako and Shigeru were plotting some mischief that would require gentle but firm correction. The rhythms of family life had become as natural to him as breathing, as essential as the mountain air that filled his lungs with each conscious breath. The responsibility of being the eldest son in a house without a father had settled on Tanjiro's shoulders like snow accumulating through a long winter. Gradually, naturally, until its weight became part of his very posture. He had never resented this burden, never questioned why fate had chosen him to stand between his family and the harsh realities of their isolated existence. Instead, he had embraced his role with the same uncomplaining acceptance that characterized everything about his approach to life, finding joy in service and strength in sacrifice. His father's death had created a void that could never truly be filled, but Tanjiro had learned to shape himself around that absence rather than allowing it to define their family's future. Tanjiro Kamado had been a gentleman whose wisdom ran as deep as mountain springs, whose knowledge of the old ways had included mysteries that Tanjiro was only beginning to understand. The Hinokami Kagura, the fire dance that his father had performed each new year with such solemn reverence, remained one of the few connections Tanjiro maintained to traditions that seemed to stretch back through centuries of mountain-dwelling ancestors. The charcoal-making trade that sustained their family was both art and science, requiring knowledge that had been passed down through generations of Kamado men who had learned to coax fire from wood while preserving the essential qualities that made their product superior to anything produced by more modern methods. Tanjiro approached this work with the same meticulous attention to detail that he brought to every aspect of his life, understanding that the quality of their charcoal determined not just their income, but their family's survival through the harsh mountain winters. Each morning began with the assessment of wood that had been carefully selected, seasoned, and prepared for the transformation that would convert living timber into the dense, slow-burning fuel that kept homes warm and hearths glowing throughout the long months of cold. Tanjiro's hands, already calloused despite his youth, moved through the preparation process with the confidence born of countless repetitions, his enhanced senses allowing him to detect subtle variations in wood quality that less gifted craftsmen might miss entirely. The scent of different woods told stories that Tanjiro had learned to read like written language. The sweet complexity of cherry wood that would burn clean and hot, the reliable steadiness of oak that provided consistent heat, the particular characteristics of mountain cedar that made it ideal for certain specialized uses. His nose, unusually sensitive, even by the standards of mountain dwellers who relied on their senses for survival, could distinguish between woods that appeared identical to normal observation, enabling him to create charcoal blends that commanded premium prices in the town markets. But more than the technical aspects of charcoal making, Tanjiro found deep satisfaction in the knowledge that his work provided warmth and comfort to families throughout the region. Each piece of charcoal he produced would eventually find its way to a hearth where children gathered for warmth, where meals were prepared with love, where the simple miracle of controlled fire made civilized life possible, even in the depths of winter. This connection between his labor and the welfare of others gave meaning to even the most repetitive aspects of his craft. Nezuko moved through the house like a gentle breeze. Her presence felt more through the subtle improvements she made to their shared environment than through any dramatic actions or declarations. At 14, she possessed a natural grace that seemed to make difficult tasks appear effortless. Whether she was managing the complex logistics of feeding 6 people on limited resources, or providing the emotional support that held their family together through difficult periods. Her smile could transform the atmosphere of any room, banishing worry and replacing it with the kind of hope that made even their modest circumstances feel blessed rather than impoverished. The relationship between Tanjiro and Nezuko transcended typical sibling bonds, representing a partnership forged through shared responsibility and mutual respect that had deepened through years of depending on each other for both practical and emotional support. They communicated often through glances and subtle gestures, their understanding so complete that words became unnecessary for coordinating the countless tasks required to maintain their household. Nezuko's intuitive grasp of what needed to be done, combined with Tanjiro's leadership and planning abilities, created a domestic efficiency that impressed even the adults who occasionally visited their mountain retreat. Hanako and Shigeru, the middle children, brought energy and unpredictability to the household dynamic, their personalities distinct yet complementary, in ways that created both challenges and joys for their older siblings. Hanako's fierce independence often led her to attempt tasks beyond her capabilities, requiring gentle guidance that preserved her confidence while ensuring her safety. Shigeru's curiosity about everything around him generated a constant stream of questions that tested Tanjiro's patience while providing opportunities to share knowledge and wisdom in ways that strengthened their bond. These two possessed the resilience that seemed characteristic of mountain children, adapting to hardship with the flexibility that adults often lost somewhere in the process of growing up. They could find entertainment in the simplest things, building snow fortresses that served as backdrops for elaborate games, creating stories around the shapes they saw in clouds, discovering magic in the ordinary details of their daily lives that more sophisticated children might overlook entirely. Takeo, approaching adolescence with all the awkwardness and defiance that characterized that difficult transition, represented both Tanjiro's greatest challenge and his most important responsibility as head of the household. The boy's resentment of authority, perfectly normal for his age, sometimes put him at odds with Tanjiro's gentle but firm leadership, creating tensions that required careful navigation to avoid undermining the family harmony that was essential for their survival. Yet beneath Takeo's occasional rebelliousness lay the same fundamental goodness that characterized all the Kamado children, the same instinct toward kindness and cooperation that made their family function, despite the obvious stresses of their situation. Tanjiro saw in his younger brother not a problem to be solved, but a person to be understood, approaching their conflicts with patience rather than authority, seeking common ground rather than demanding submission. Little Rokuta, barely old enough to walk steadily, represented pure joy in human form, his laughter capable of dispelling even the darkest moods that occasionally settled over the household like mountain fog. His complete trust in his older siblings, his unquestioning acceptance of their love and protection, served as a constant reminder of what they were working to preserve through all their daily struggles and sacrifices. The child's presence transformed even routine tasks into opportunities for play and learning, as Tanjiro and Nezuko found ways to include him in activities while ensuring his safety. Rokuta's delight in simple pleasures, the taste of sweet mountain berries, the feeling of snow between his fingers, the warmth of being carried on Tanjiro's strong shoulders, reminded everyone in the family that happiness was not dependent on wealth or status, but on the quality of relationships and the ability to appreciate the gifts that each day provided. Their mother Ki watched over this complex family dynamic with the wisdom that comes from loving deeply and losing profoundly, her guidance subtle but essential in maintaining the delicate balance that kept them functioning as a cohesive unit. She had learned to step back and allow Tanjiro to assume the leadership role that circumstances had thrust upon him, while remaining available for counsel and support when the weight of responsibility threatened to overwhelm his young shoulders. Ki's own grief over her husband's death remained largely private, expressed through quiet moments of reflection rather than displays that might burden her children with concerns they were too young to fully understand. Her strength lay not in denying the reality of their losses, but in choosing to focus on what remained rather than what was gone, creating an atmosphere of gratitude rather than resentment that shaped her children's characters in fundamental ways. The morning routine that governed their lives had been refined through necessity into a model of efficiency, each family member understanding their role while remaining flexible enough to adapt when circumstances required changes. Tanjiro's leadership in organizing these activities was gentle but firm, based on earning respect rather than demanding obedience, creating cooperation rather than resentment, even when tasks were difficult or unpleasant. Breakfast preparation involved everyone old enough to help safely, with tasks assigned according to ability rather than arbitrary rules about gender or age. Hanako's skill at preparing rice had surprised everyone when she first demonstrated it, while Shigeru's talent for organizing utensils and place settings revealed an attention to detail that would serve him well throughout his life. Even Rokuta contributed by staying out of the way when necessary and providing moral support through his constant good humor. These shared meals represented more than simple nutrition, serving as opportunities for the family to connect emotionally while planning the day's activities and addressing any concerns that had arisen since their last gathering. Conversation flowed naturally around the low table, with each person contributing according to their personality and interests, creating a sense of belonging and significance that was essential for healthy development, especially given their isolation from broader community. The discussions that occurred during these family meals revealed the depth of thought and feeling that existed within each member of the household, as Tanjiro encouraged everyone to share their observations, concerns, and ideas without fear of judgment or dismissal. These conversations taught valuable lessons about listening, empathy, and the importance of considering multiple perspectives before making decisions that would affect the entire family. Winter mornings in the mountains carried their own particular beauty and challenges, with temperatures that could be literally deadly for those unprepared for their severity, yet offered visual splendor that city dwellers could never experience in their more comfortable but less dramatic environments. Tanjiro had learned to read the subtle signs that predicted weather changes, understanding how shifts in wind direction, the behavior of local wildlife, and the quality of light could provide advance warning of storms that might trap them in their house for days at a time. The isolation that characterized mountain life during winter months created both hardships and benefits, forcing families to become more self-reliant while providing opportunities for deepening relationships that might otherwise be diluted by outside distractions. The Kamado family had learned to find entertainment and education in their own resources, developing games and activities that strengthened their bonds while passing time during the long evenings when darkness fell early and morning seemed impossibly distant. Storytelling became particularly important during these extended periods of indoor living, with each family member contributing tales that ranged from traditional folk stories passed down through generations to personal adventures and observations that revealed character while providing entertainment. Tanjiro's natural gift for narrative made him the family's primary storyteller. His ability to transform even mundane experiences into engaging accounts that held everyone's attention, while teaching valuable lessons about life, morality, and the importance of maintaining hope despite difficulties. The preparation for market trips required careful planning and coordination, as success depended not only on the quality of the charcoal being sold, but on timing, weather conditions, and the complex social relationships that determined which customers would be most receptive to their products. Tanjiro approached these expeditions with the same methodical attention to detail that characterized all his work, understanding that their family's financial survival depended on maximizing the return from each dangerous journey down the mountain. Loading the cart with carefully selected charcoal involved considerations that went beyond simple weight and volume, as different customers preferred different types and sizes depending on their intended use. The arrangement of products for transport required balancing accessibility for potential buyers against protection from weather and the mechanical stresses of traveling over rough mountain paths that could destroy poorly secured cargo. The social aspect of market days was equally important, as Tanjiro had learned that success depended as much on maintaining positive relationships with customers as on the quality of his products. His natural kindness and genuine interest in other people's welfare made these interactions pleasant rather than purely transactional, creating loyalty that ensured steady demand for Kamado charcoal, even when competing products might be available at lower prices. But beyond the economic necessities that motivated these trips to town, Tanjiro genuinely enjoyed the opportunity to interact with people from different walks of life, learning about their challenges and concerns while offering whatever help he could provide through his strength, skills, or simply his willingness to listen with empathy and understanding. These encounters broadened his perspective on human nature and social dynamics in ways that would prove invaluable in the trials that lay ahead, though he could never have imagined how dramatically his world was about to change. The morning of what would become the most significant day in the Kamado family's history began like countless others, with the familiar rituals of waking, eating, and preparing for the day's work proceeding according to patterns established through years of repetition. The snow that had fallen during the night was deeper than usual, creating both obstacles and opportunities, as Tanjiro calculated the challenges of traveling to town against the increased demand for heating fuel that such weather would create among his customers. His decision to make the journey despite the difficult conditions reflected the careful balance between caution and necessity that governed all his choices, weighing risks against potential benefits, while considering not only his own safety, but the welfare of the family members who depended on his success. The charcoal that filled his cart represented days of careful work, and the income it would generate was essential for purchasing supplies that would sustain them through the remainder of winter. As Tanjiro prepared to leave on what he expected to be a routine market trip, his family gathered to see him off with the mixture of affection and concern that characterized all their partings. Each sibling expressed their love in their own way, Hanako and Shigeru begging to accompany him, Takeo disappointed about missing the opportunity to help with outdoor work, Nezuko offering quiet encouragement while managing the younger children, and little Rokuta clinging to his big brother with the unconscious certainty that Tanjiro would always return safely to those who needed him. The farewell that morning carried no sense of foreboding, no indication that this departure would be fundamentally different from all the others that had preceded it. The bonds of love that connected the Kamado family seemed as permanent and reliable as the mountains themselves. Their shared assumption being that tomorrow would bring the same challenges and joys as today, that their modest but fulfilling life would continue indefinitely into a future where the greatest concerns would remain practical matters of survival and growth, rather than questions of life and death, good and evil, human and demon. As Tanjiro's figure disappeared into the swirling snow, his cart loaded with charcoal, and his heart full of love for the family he was working to support, none of them could have imagined that they were witnessing the end of an era, the final moment of innocent happiness before darkness descended on their mountain sanctuary like a killing frost that would transform everything they had known and loved into memory and ash. The town below the mountain spread out like a collection of wooden toys arranged by a careful child, its snow-covered roofs and smoking chimneys creating patterns of domesticity that warmed Tanjiro's heart as much as the physical exertion of pulling his heavy cart warmed his body. The familiar sights and sounds of human habitation after the solitude of mountain life never failed to lift his spirits, reminding him that his family's isolated existence was connected to a broader community of people who shared similar struggles and joys despite the geographical barriers that separated them. The steep path that connected his mountain home to the town below had been worn smooth by generations of travelers, yet each journey down its winding curves required careful attention to balance and momentum, especially when pulling a cart loaded with valuable cargo across surfaces made treacherous by ice and accumulated snow. Tanjiro's sure-footed progress reflected years of experience navigating these conditions, his body automatically adjusting to the changing angles and obstacles, while his mind wandered through the social interactions and business transactions that awaited him in the marketplace. The weight of responsibility that accompanied these solo trading expeditions extended far beyond the simple economics of buying and selling, encompassing his role as the primary connection between his isolated family and the outside world. Every conversation he had, every relationship he maintained, every piece of information he gathered would be carried back up the mountain to enrich the lives of siblings who depended on him, not just for material support, but for the broader perspective that came from understanding how their small existence fit into the larger patterns of human society. The townspeople who greeted Tanjiro's arrival had grown familiar with his regular appearances over the months since he had assumed responsibility for the family's trading activities, their initial skepticism about dealing with such a young businessman gradually replaced by respect for his honesty, reliability, and the consistent quality of the products he brought to market. His reputation for fairness and his genuine interest in his customers' welfare had created relationships that transcended mere commercial transactions, evolving into forms of friendship that made these journeys pleasant rather than purely functional. Mrs. Yamamoto, the elderly widow whose arthritis made it difficult for her to manage heavy loads of fuel, always greeted Tanjiro with particular warmth, their exchanges involving as much conversation about family news and local gossip as discussion of charcoal grades and prices. Her stories about her grandchildren, Her concerns about changes in the town's social dynamics and her memories of how things had been in earlier decades provided Tanjiro with perspectives on community life that broadened his understanding of human nature and social change. The baker, whose ovens required specific types of charcoal for optimal bread production, had become one of Tanjiro's most valued customers, not only because of the steady demand he represented, but because of his willingness to share knowledge about the technical aspects of his craft. These conversations had taught Tanjiro to appreciate the subtle relationships between fuel quality and final product characteristics, understanding that his charcoal played a role in creating the bread that fed families throughout the community. Young children who recognized Tanjiro from previous visits would often approach his cart with curiosity and excitement, drawn by his patient willingness to answer their questions and his natural ability to communicate with people, regardless of their age or social position. These interactions reminded him of his own younger siblings, while providing opportunities to practice the teaching skills that would serve him well when he returned home to share what he had learned during his time away from the Sunbi mountain. The hours Tanjiro spent in the town marketplace passed quickly, filled with the pleasant rhythms of commerce and conversation that made him feel connected to the broader human community, while reinforcing his appreciation for the peaceful isolation of his mountain home. Each successful transaction brought him closer to meeting his family's financial needs while building relationships that would support future trading expeditions, creating a sustainable pattern of economic and social exchange that seemed capable of continuing indefinitely. But as the afternoon light began to fade and shadows lengthened across the snow-covered streets, Tanjiro felt the familiar pull of home calling him back toward the mountain paths that led to the people who mattered most to him. The money he had earned from his sales, carefully secured in his clothing against loss or theft, represented more than mere coins. It symbolized his ability to provide for those who depended on him, to fulfill the responsibilities that had been thrust upon him by circumstances beyond his control. The climb back up the mountain with an empty cart was physically easier than the descent had been, but the approaching darkness and dropping temperature created new challenges that required different forms of vigilance and preparation. Tanjiro's enhanced senses, so useful for quality assessment during his charcoal-making work, now served to monitor his environment for signs of danger that might threaten his safe return to family members who would be watching anxiously for his arrival. The encounter with Saburo, the elderly man whose house lay along the mountain path between town and the Kamado family home, had occurred many times before, though never with the urgency and insistence that characterized this particular meeting. Saburo's reputation for kindness toward travelers was well established. His simple dwelling, serving as an unofficial way station where people caught by weather or darkness could find shelter and warmth in exchange for news from the outside world and companionship for a lonely old man. Previous interactions with Saburo had been pleasant but brief, characterized by polite exchanges of greetings and perhaps sharing of local news. But tonight, something in the elderly man's demeanor suggested deeper concern than Tanjiro had ever seen him display. The insistence with which Saburo pressed his invitation to spend the night, his repeated warnings about traveling mountain paths in darkness, and the particular emphasis he placed on dangers that Tanjiro had never taken seriously, all contributed to an atmosphere of unease that was difficult to dismiss, despite its apparent irrationality. The stories Saburo told about demons during their evening together had always been part of local folklore, tales shared around hearth fires during long winter nights when imagination could transform ordinary shadows into supernatural threats and natural sounds, into evidence of otherworldly presence. Tanjiro had grown up hearing such stories from his father and other adults, accepting them as part of cultural tradition, rather than literal warnings about genuine dangers that might threaten travelers foolish enough to venture outdoors after dark. Yet something in Saburo's manner, as he recounted these familiar tales, suggested that his concerns went beyond simple storytelling or general caution about mountain hazards. His descriptions of demons carried the weight of personal conviction rather than mere repetition of inherited legends. His warnings about nighttime travel seemed rooted in specific knowledge rather than general superstition, and his insistence on providing shelter suggested awareness of threats that Tanjiro's youth and inexperience had prevented him from recognizing. The night passed peacefully in Saburo's humble dwelling, the old man's hospitality extending to sharing his simple meal and providing warm bedding that made the enforced delay from his planned schedule seem less burdensome than Tanjiro had initially feared. Their conversation ranged across topics that revealed the depth of Saburo's knowledge about local history, regional customs, and the complex relationships between mountain communities and the changing world beyond their isolated valleys. But despite the comfort of Saburo's hospitality and the genuine warmth of his concern for a young traveler's welfare, Tanjiro found himself unable to completely dismiss the anxiety that had been building since late afternoon about being away from his family overnight. His absence would be causing worry for his mother and siblings, who had expected his return before darkness fell, and would now be facing the uncertainty of not knowing whether delay indicated minor inconvenience or serious trouble. The morning departure from Saburo's house was marked by renewed warnings about dangers that seemed to carry greater urgency than they had the night before, as if the old man's concerns had intensified during the dark hours, rather than diminishing with the return of daylight. His final words as Tanjiro prepared to resume his journey carried an ominous quality that would return to haunt the young man's memory in the hours that followed, though their full significance would not become apparent until much later. The familiar path that led from Saburo's dwelling toward the Kamado family home had never seemed longer or more difficult than it did during that morning's travel, with each step bringing Tanjiro closer to discoveries that would transform his understanding of reality while destroying everything he had believed about the safety and permanence of the life he had built with his beloved family members. The morning mist that clung to the mountainside created an atmosphere of dreamlike unreality that seemed appropriate preparation for revelations that would challenge every assumption he had ever made about the nature of good and evil. The first indication that something was terribly wrong came through the enhanced sense of smell that had always been Tanjiro's most distinctive characteristic, a gift that had proven invaluable for charcoal making and would now serve to deliver news so devastating that a less sensitive person might have been spared the full horror of what awaited discovery. The metallic scent of blood carried on mountain air that should have brought only the clean fragrances of snow and pine struck his consciousness like a physical blow that stopped his forward progress, as surely as if he had encountered an insurmountable barrier. But worse than the smell of blood was the absence of all the familiar scents that should have indicated normal family life continuing within their mountain home. No smoke from cooking fires, no traces of the daily activities that created the complex olfactory signature he had learned to associate with safety and love. The silence that surrounded the house as he approached was not the peaceful quiet of sleep, but the absolute stillness that spoke of life interrupted, dreams ended, voices stilled forever by forces too terrible to contemplate. The scene that greeted Tanjiro's horrified gaze as he rounded the final bend in the path would remain burned into his memory with such perfect clarity that years of subsequent trauma could never diminish its impact or reduce its power to cause pain that transcended any physical suffering he would ever endure. The snow that should have been pristine and beautiful was stained with dark patches that told a story of violence so complete and merciless that his mind initially rejected the evidence of his senses rather than accept such devastating truth. Nezuko lay motionless in the crimson snow, her body positioned protectively over little Rokuta, in a final gesture that revealed how she had spent her last conscious moments trying to shield their youngest brother from whatever evil had descended upon their peaceful mountain. Sanctuary, the site of his beloved sister, who had shared so much of his burden in caring for their family, reduced to this broken form surrounded by evidence of unimaginable brutality, threatened to overwhelm Tanjiro's sanity before he could even begin to process the full scope of the catastrophe that had befallen them. The realization that his entire family had been slaughtered during the single night he had spent away from home, that his decision to accept Saburo's hospitality had cost him the opportunity to defend the people who depended on him for protection, created a burden of guilt that no amount of rational analysis could diminish. If he had returned home the previous evening as originally planned, if he had ignored the old man's warnings about demons and darkness, if he had been present when evil came calling, perhaps his strength and devotion could have made some difference in the outcome. But such thoughts were luxury he could not afford when Nezuko's body showed signs of life, when her chest rose and fell with breathing so faint that only his extraordinary senses could detect it. The desperate hope that at least one family member might have survived the massacre gave Tanjiro strength to move beyond paralysis and take action, lifting his sister's unconscious form with trembling hands, while his mind raced through possibilities for medical treatment and the logistics of getting help for injuries that appeared to be beyond his limited abilities to address. The journey toward what he hoped would be medical assistance became a nightmare of escalating horror as Nezuko's condition revealed itself to be something far worse than simple injury or blood loss. Her transformation from beloved sister to supernatural creature occurred with terrifying suddenness, her increased size and strength turning her from victim into threat in the space of heartbeats that stretched into eternity as Tanjiro struggled to comprehend what was happening to the person he loved most in the world. The attack that followed tested every assumption Tanjiro had ever made about family bonds and human nature, as the girl who had been his closest confidant and most trusted companion became a creature whose instincts drove her to view him as prey rather than protector. Her strength, far exceeding anything he had ever imagined possible from someone of her size, made physical resistance nearly impossible, even as his emotional attachment made actual retaliation unthinkable. Despite the mortal danger she now represented, the moment when Nezuko's enlarging form seemed likely to overpower him completely brought Tanjiro face to face with the possibility of his own death at the hands of the person he had worked so hard to protect, creating psychological torment that exceeded even the physical fear of being killed by supernatural forces beyond his understanding. His desperate apologies to his deceased family members, his pleas for Nezuko to remember her humanity, represented attempts to reach across the gulf that now separated human from monster through appeals to love and shared memory. The tears that appeared in Nezuko's transformed eyes when she heard his voice offered the first hope that some trace of his sister might still exist within the demon she had become, that the bonds forged through years of mutual devotion might prove stronger than whatever dark force had claimed her body and altered her nature. This moment of recognition, brief and fragile though it was, provided evidence that the situation might not be completely hopeless, despite its apparent impossibility. The arrival of Giyu Tomioka, announced by the sudden appearance of a figure whose movement and bearing clearly marked him as something entirely different from anyone Tanjiro had ever encountered, transformed the crisis from a family tragedy into something far more complex and dangerous. The Water Hashira's immediate attack on Nezuko, his obvious intention to kill her without hesitation or explanation, forced Tanjiro into the position of defending a demon against a human whose purposes and authority remained completely mysterious. The speed and precision of Gyu's assault techniques revealed capabilities that existed in an entirely different category from anything Tanjiro had previously witnessed, suggesting training and experience that placed the swordsman among warriors whose existence Tanjiro had never suspected despite his familiarity with local legends and folklore. The casual efficiency with which Gyu moved to eliminate what he clearly viewed as a standard threat indicated that encounters with demons were routine occurrences for him, rather than the unprecedented catastrophe they represented for the Kamado family. Tanjiro's desperate attempts to explain the situation, to convey the humanity that still existed within his transformed sister, met with the kind of professional skepticism that suggested Gyu had heard similar pleas from countless other people who had discovered loved ones changed by forces beyond human understanding. The Water Hashira's blunt explanation of how demon transformation occurred provided Tanjiro with his first glimpse into a hidden world where supernatural evil was not folklore but daily reality, where creatures that had once been human preyed upon their former kind with systematic efficiency. The revelation that open wounds exposed to demon blood inevitably resulted in transformation offered a logical explanation for what had happened to Nezuko, while raising terrifying questions about the nature of the attack that had destroyed their family. If demons could create more of their kind through violence, then their numbers would increase exponentially, unless countered by organized resistance of the type that Gyu's presence suggested might exist. Despite its invisibility to ordinary people living ordinary lives, Gyu's assertion that no cure existed for demon transformation struck at the heart of Tanjiro's desperate hope that his sister might someday be restored to her original form, that the nightmare consuming his world might have some resolution that did not require accepting permanent loss of everyone and everything he had loved. The prospect of eternal separation from Nezuko, even if her physical form survived, represented a form of death that might prove more painful than simple mortality would have been. The test that Gyu imposed upon Tanjiro, demanding proof of dedication through willingness to fight for his sister's life, revealed the Water Hashira's understanding that words alone were insufficient evidence of the strength required to protect demons who retained human connections. The hesitation that Tanjiro displayed when challenged to draw his axe demonstrated the psychological gap between stated intentions and actual readiness to engage in combat against opponents whose capabilities far exceeded anything his mountain upbringing had prepared him to face. The moment when Gyu's blade pierced Nezuko's chest served as brutal education in the realities of a world where mercy could be a fatal weakness, where attachments to former humanity might prevent the decisive action required to survive encounters with creatures that no longer shared human limitations or moral constraints. Tanjiro's furious response, throwing stones with desperate accuracy while charging an obviously superior opponent empty-handed, revealed both his courage and his complete lack of preparation for the type of conflict that now defined his existence. The strategic thinking that led Tanjiro to launch his axe through the air while Gyu was focused on subduing him demonstrated the kind of tactical creativity that might enable him to survive in a world where conventional strength and speed were inadequate for dealing with supernatural threats. His plan to distract and then strike with a thrown weapon while apparently defeated showed the kind of resourcefulness that had enabled mountain families to survive in harsh environments through adaptation rather than superior power. Nezuko's protective stance over her unconscious brother's vulnerable body provided Gyu with the evidence he needed to confirm that this particular demon retained enough humanity to resist the basic instincts that normally drove her kind to view humans as prey rather than family. Her willingness to defend Tanjiro rather than consume him represented an unprecedented deviation from demon behavior patterns that suggested possibilities Gyu had never previously encountered, despite his extensive experience with such creatures. The decision to spare both siblings reflected Gyu's recognition that their situation might offer opportunities for learning about demon nature that could prove valuable in the broader struggle against supernatural evil, even as it violated established protocols that mandated destruction of all demons regardless of their apparent retention of human characteristics. His instructions for seeking out Sekonji Urokodaki, combined with warnings about protecting Nezuko from sunlight, provided Tanjiro with his first guidance for navigating a world whose rules and dangers remained largely mysterious. The departure that left Tanjiro and Nezuko alone with their transformed reality marked the beginning of a journey that would take them far from everything they had known, while testing their capacity to maintain human bonds despite the flawed, inhuman forces that now shaped their existence. The mountain home that had represented safety and love for their entire lives could no longer serve those functions, becoming instead a monument to loss and a reminder of innocence that could never be recovered. The preparations for leaving their ancestral home involved practical decisions about what could be carried and what must be abandoned, but also emotional choices about which memories to preserve and which painful truths to accept. The house that had sheltered generations of Kamado family members would now stand empty, its familiar rooms holding only echoes of the laughter and conversations that had once made it the center of their universe. The grave markers that Tanjiro created for his murdered family members represented his final act as the boy he had been before evil transformed his world, his last gesture of devotion to the people whose love had shaped his character and whose memory would guide his choices throughout the trials that lay ahead. The promises he made to their spirits, vowing to find a cure for Nezuko and to bring justice to those responsible for their deaths, established the mission that would define his existence for years to come. The path that led away from their mountain sanctuary toward an uncertain future carried both survivors into a world where demons and demon slayers engaged in eternal conflict, where the skills and knowledge Tanjiro had acquired through mountain life would be tested against challenges that no amount of preparation could adequately address. Behind them lay everything they had lost. Ahead stretched everything they might yet become. And between past and future walked two figures whose bond would either prove stronger than the forces trying to destroy it, or would join the countless other tragedies that marked the ongoing war between human and demon. The journey to Sagiri Mountain stretched through landscapes that seemed to exist in a different world from the peaceful valleys where Tanjiro had spent his entire life, each step carrying him further from everything familiar, while drawing him deeper into mysteries that his mountain upbringing had never prepared him to comprehend. The weight of Nezuko's unconscious form, secured within the wooden box that would become her refuge from the deadly sunlight, served as a constant reminder of how completely their lives had been transformed by forces that remained largely incomprehensible despite their devastating impact. The mountain paths that led toward their destination wound through terrain that challenged even Tanjiro's considerable experience with wilderness travel, testing his endurance and navigation skills, while introducing him to environments where the normal rules of survival were complicated by the need to protect a sister whose transformed nature required considerations that no traditional knowledge could address. Each decision about when to rest, which routes to follow, and how to obtain supplies now carried implications that extended far beyond simple logistics into questions of life and death. The first encounter with the way station where blood had been spilled revealed to Tanjiro that the world beyond his mountain home was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined, that the demons he was beginning to understand were real posed threats, not just to isolated families, but to any humans unlucky enough to cross their paths during the dark hours when evil creatures emerged to hunt. The sight of partially consumed bodies within what should have been a place of safety and rest drove home the reality that nowhere could be considered truly secure from supernatural predation. The demon that attacked them in the way station represented Tanjiro's first direct confrontation with a creature whose nature he was only beginning to understand, a being that had once been human but now existed solely to satisfy hungers that normal people could scarcely comprehend. The efficiency with which the demon had killed and begun consuming its victims, the casual way it regarded human flesh as nothing more than sustenance, provided brutal education in the mentality that separated these creatures from anything resembling the humanity they had once possessed. Nezuko's intervention in the battle, her instinctive protection of her brother despite her own demonic transformation, offered the first concrete evidence that some essential part of her humanity had survived the change that had altered her physical form and basic nature. Her ability to resist the scent of fresh human blood, to prioritize family bonds over the feeding instincts that apparently drove other demons, suggested that their situation might not be as hopeless as Gyu's warnings had implied. The realization that demons could only be killed through decapitation, that conventional injuries would heal rapidly and cause only temporary inconvenience, provided Tanjiro with crucial tactical knowledge, while highlighting the inadequacy of his current weapons and techniques for dealing with supernatural opponents. His hatchet, perfectly adequate for charcoal making and general wilderness survival, was poorly suited for the precise strikes required to eliminate creatures whose strength and resilience far exceeded human limitations. The appearance of Sakonji Urukadaki, announced by the gentle touch of a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder and words that carried the authority of someone who understood demons far better than any ordinary person could, marked the beginning of a relationship that would transform him from a mountain boy with enhanced senses into a warrior capable of surviving in a world where supernatural evil was in constant threat. The former Water Hashira's calm assessment of the situation, his immediate recognition of what needed to be done, demonstrated expertise that came from decades of experience with demons and the humans who fought against them. The Tengu mask that concealed Sakonji's features served multiple purposes beyond simple anonymity, creating psychological distance that would be necessary for the harsh training methods ahead, while invoking traditional associations with supernatural power and wisdom that helped establish his authority in Tanjiro's mind. The mask's carved features, simultaneously benevolent and stern, seemed appropriate for someone whose role would involve both nurturing and testing the young man who had been thrust into circumstances beyond his preparation or understanding. Sakonji's blunt criticism of Tanjiro's indecisiveness, delivered through physical correction that emphasized the life or death stakes involved in demon encounters, provided the first lesson in a curriculum that would systematically strip away the gentle assumptions about human nature that mountain life had fostered. The slap that punctuated the older man's question about what Tanjiro would do if Nezuko consumed human flesh served as brutal introduction to the moral complexities that defined the demon slayer's existence. The test that began with a simple command to follow revealed the gulf between Tanjiro's current capabilities and the standards that would be required for survival in his new reality. As Sakonji's effortless movement through mountain terrain at speeds that left his student breathless and struggling demonstrated the physical conditioning that successful demon slaying demanded. The former Hashira's ability to move without apparent effort across obstacles that challenged Tanjiro's considerable mountain climbing experience served notice that everything he thought he knew about physical capability would need to be reconsidered. The house that served as Sakonji's residence and training facility occupied a location that seemed chosen for its combination of isolation and accessibility, remote enough to allow intensive training without interference from curious observers, yet positioned to provide access to the broader network of paths and resources that Demon Slayer operations required. The building's simple exterior concealed modifications and equipment that reflected its owner's specialized needs, creating an environment where the ancient arts of swordsmanship could be practiced and perfected away from the distractions of ordinary civilization. The mountain that dominated the landscape around Sakonji's home rose toward peaks, shrouded in clouds that created an atmosphere of mystery and challenge, appropriate for the trials that awaited Tanjiro in the months ahead. The slopes that he would learn to navigate with increasing speed and confidence held secrets about endurance, balance, and mental focus that could only be discovered through the kind of repetitive practice that transformed conscious effort into unconscious competence. The first night in Sakonji's house brought Tanjiro face to face with the reality that his sister's condition would require accommodations that went far beyond simple medical care. As Nezuko's extended sleep represented a form of hibernation that might last for indeterminate periods, while her body adapted to its transformed nature. The uncertainty about when or whether she would awaken created anxiety that threatened to undermine his focus on the training that would determine his ability to protect her in the dangerous world they now inhabited. The daily routine that Sakonji established for his new student involved challenges that tested not only physical capabilities, but mental resilience and emotional commitment to goals that might seem impossible to achieve. The mountain climbing that began each day served multiple purposes beyond simple conditioning, teaching lessons about persistence, problem solving, and the kind of mental toughness that would be required for facing demons whose abilities exceeded human limitations. The traps that dotted the mountain paths represented both training devices and security measures, their hidden mechanisms teaching Tanjiro to develop the heightened awareness and quick reflexes that successful demon slayers needed for survival in environments where a moment's inattention could prove fatal. The increasing complexity and danger of these obstacles paralleled the progression of threats he would eventually face, ensuring that his education proceeded in manageable increments, rather than overwhelming him with challenges beyond his current abilities. The breathing techniques that formed the foundation of all Demon Slayer combat arts required Tanjiro to unlearn many of the assumptions about physical exertion and energy management that his mountain upbringing had taught him, replacing intuitive approaches with disciplined methods that could multiply human capabilities through proper application of ancient knowledge. The total concentration breathing that would eventually become as natural as ordinary respiration demanded conscious attention to processes that most people never considered, creating awareness of internal energy flows that could be directed and controlled through will and practice. Water breathing, the specific discipline that Sakonji had mastered during his years as a Hashira, embodied principles of fluidity and adaptation that reflected the element's ability to overcome obstacles through persistence and flexibility rather than brute force. The forms that Tanjiro began learning represented generations of refinement in combat techniques, each movement polished through countless applications against demonic opponents, until efficiency and effectiveness were maximized through elimination of unnecessary actions. The physical conditioning that accompanied sword training pushed Tanjiro's mountain-hardened body toward new levels of strength, speed, and endurance that would be required for wielding weapons against opponents whose supernatural capabilities made conventional combat approaches inadequate. The repetitive exercises that built muscle memory and reflexes had to be performed with precision that left no room for casual effort, as imperfect techniques could prove fatal when applied against enemies who would exploit any weakness or hesitation. The katana that became Tanjiro's primary training tool required him to develop entirely new relationships with balance, leverage, and timing, as the weapon's design embodied centuries of evolution toward optimal performance in the specific circumstances of demon combat. Learning to think of the sword as an extension of his own body rather than a separate tool demanded mental adjustments that paralleled the physical adaptations required for mastering its use, creating unity between warrior and weapon that was essential for achieving the speed and precision that demon slaying demanded. The sparring sessions with Sakonji, conducted with wooden weapons that could deliver painful lessons without causing permanent injury, provided Tanjiro with his first experiences of combat against an opponent whose skills and experience far exceeded his own. The former Hashira's ability to counter every attack, exploit every opening, and deliver corrections that were both educational and humbling served as constant reminder of how much progress would be required before Tanjiro could consider himself ready for real demon encounters. The falls and failures that characterized Tanjiro's early training attempts served important psychological purposes beyond their obvious role in building physical resilience, teaching him to accept temporary defeat as part of the learning process rather than evidence of permanent inadequacy. The ability to get back up after being knocked down, to continue trying despite repeated failures, represented mental conditioning that would prove as important as physical preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. The journal that Tanjiro maintained during his training period served multiple functions, preserving his observations about technique and strategy while creating a record that Nezuko might someday read if she awakened from her mysterious sleep. The daily entries documented not only his progress in mastering various skills, but his emotional journey from devastated survivor to dedicated warrior, capturing the transformation of his identity and priorities as he adapted to circumstances that had seemed impossible to survive. The worry that plagued Tanjiro throughout Nezuko's extended unconsciousness reflected both his love for his sister and his fear that she might never again display the humanity that had justified Gyu's decision to spare her life. The medical consultation that Sakonji arranged, while reassuring about her basic physical condition, could provide no answers about the psychological and spiritual changes that might be occurring during her transformation period, leaving Tanjiro to hope that the sister he remembered would eventually return to him. The seasonal changes that marked the passage of time during Tanjiro's training provided natural milestones for measuring his progress, while creating varied conditions that tested his abilities against different environmental challenges. Summer heat, autumn storms, winter cold, and spring flooding each required adaptations that broadened his experience and prevented his preparation from becoming too specialized for specific circumstances that might not match the conditions of actual demon encounters. The gradual improvement in Tanjiro's performance, measured through incremental advances in speed, endurance, technique, and tactical thinking, created momentum that sustained his motivation through the inevitable periods of discouragement that accompanied such intensive training. The moments when previously impossible techniques began to feel natural, when movements that had required conscious effort became automatic responses, provided validation that the sacrifices and suffering involved in his education were producing the capabilities he would need for protecting what remained of his family. The relationship between teacher and student that developed between Sakonji and Tanjiro transcended simple instruction to become a form of spiritual mentorship that addressed not only the technical aspects of demon slaying, but the moral and emotional challenges that came with dedicating one's life to combat against supernatural evil. The older man's guidance helped Tanjiro maintain his essential humanity, while developing the hardness and determination that would be required for making life or death decisions in circumstances where mercy could prove fatal. The meditation practices that complemented physical training taught Tanjiro to achieve mental states that would enable him to function effectively, despite the psychological stress that demon encounters invariably created, developing inner calm and focus that could be maintained even in the face of horrors that would paralyze untrained minds. These techniques for managing fear, anger, and despair would prove as important as sword skills for survival in a world where mental weakness could be as deadly as physical inadequacy. The The stories that Sakonji shared about his own experiences as a Hashira provided Tanjiro with insights into the broader context of the Demon Slayer Corps, while illustrating the personal costs that came with choosing to dedicate one's life to protecting others from supernatural threats. These accounts of past battles, fallen comrades, and moral dilemmas faced by previous generations of demon slayers helped Tanjiro understand that his current struggles were part of a tradition that stretched back through centuries of conflict between human and demon. The year of preparation that passed before Sakonji declared Tanjiro's basic training complete represented the most intensive period of growth and development in his young life, transforming him from a charcoal seller who had never imagined supernatural evil into a warrior capable of standing against demons whose power had once seemed utterly beyond human resistance. The knowledge and skills he had acquired, while still incomplete by the standards of experienced demon slayers, provided the foundation for the more advanced challenges that awaited him in the trials ahead. The boulder that would serve as Tanjiro's final examination stood as a monument to the impossibility of his task, its massive size and apparent solidity serving as tangible representation of the obstacles that had seemed insurmountable when his training began. The challenge of splitting stone with steel embodied the transformation of the impossible into the achievable through dedication, proper technique, and the kind of focused determination that could overcome any barrier through patient application of accumulated strength and skill. The moment when Sakonji announced that formal instruction was complete marked both an ending and a beginning, representing the conclusion of one phase of Tanjiro's development, while acknowledging that true mastery would only come through practical application of his training against the real dangers that awaited him in the world beyond the mountain sanctuary, where he had learned to become something greater than human limitations had previously allowed him to imagine possible. The boulder that dominated the small clearing where Tanjiro would spend the next 6 months of his life stood like an ancient sentinel, its weathered surface bearing the scars of countless seasons, while remaining fundamentally unchanged by wind, rain, snow, and the passage of time that had transformed everything around it. The challenge that Sakonji had presented seemed to mock every principle of physics and common sense that Tanjiro had absorbed during his mountain upbringing, demanding that steel overcome stone through techniques that remained mysterious, despite a full year of intensive instruction in the arts of demon slaying. The task of splitting a boulder with a sword blade represented more than simple physical impossibility. It embodied the transformation of perspective that would be required for Tanjiro to progress from student to warrior, from someone who learned techniques through repetition to someone who could apply those techniques in ways that transcended their apparent limitations. The smooth surface of the rock offered no obvious points of weakness, no cracks or fissures that might provide purchase for conventional approaches to the problem, leaving Tanjiro to discover through his own efforts how accumulated training might be focused into results that seemed to violate natural law. The solitude that followed Sakonji's departure created an environment where Tanjiro's relationship with failure, frustration, and self-doubt would be tested. Without the cushioning presence of external encouragement or guidance that had sustained him through the structured learning of his formal training period, the mountain clearing where he would practice became a private theater where internal struggles would be played out through external efforts, where the battle between determination and despair would be fought with wooden sword against unyielding stone. The first attempts at splitting the boulder followed predictable patterns of escalating effort and mounting frustration, as Tanjiro applied every technique he had mastered during his year of training against an opponent that seemed to absorb his strikes without showing any evidence of damage or weakness. The water-breathing forms that had become second nature during sparring sessions with Sakonji proved inadequate for overcoming the simple reality of stone's resistance to steel, leaving him to question whether his understanding of the techniques remained fundamentally flawed despite months of apparent progress. Days stretched into weeks, as Tanjiro's practice routine evolved from confident application of learned techniques to increasingly desperate experimentation with variations and combinations that might somehow achieve results that straightforward execution had failed to produce. The calluses on his hands, already hardened by a year of sword work, developed new layers of protection against the repetitive impacts that sent vibrations through his arms and shoulders with each unsuccessful strike against the boulder's impassive surface. The physical exhaustion that accompanied his training was matched by psychological fatigue that came from confronting the possibility that some challenges might genuinely exceed his capabilities, that the faith Sakonji had shown in presenting this test might have been misplaced, or that the year of preparation had been insufficient to develop the qualities that success would require. The doubt that crept into his thoughts during rest periods threatened to undermine the confidence that had sustained him through the structured progression of formal instruction, creating mental obstacles that proved as formidable as the physical challenge represented by the boulder itself. Sleep became elusive, as Tanjiro's mind continued to work through the problem even during hours when his body desperately needed rest and recovery from the day's efforts, leading him through endless variations of technique and strategy that seemed no more promising in imagination than they had proven in practice. The dreams that did come were filled with images of splitting stone and flowing water, of failed strikes and perfect cuts that existed only in the realm of possibility rather than achievement, leaving him to wake each morning with the taste of failure already bitter in his mouth. The meals he prepared from his carefully rationed supplies became mechanical exercises in maintaining basic physiological function rather than occasions for the simple pleasure that food had once provided, as even the most essential activities seemed contaminated by his inability to progress beyond the fundamental obstacle that blocked his advancement toward whatever lay beyond this trial. The mountain stream that provided water for drinking and washing reflected his frustrated features back at him with the kind of clarity that made self-deception impossible, showing him a young man whose determination was being steadily eroded by the weight of apparently insurmountable challenge. The weather that marked the passage of seasons during Tanjiro's solitary struggle provided the only reliable measure of time's passage, as days blended into indistinguishable cycles of effort and failure that made conventional markers of progress meaningless. Spring rains turned the clearing into mud that made footing treacherous, while autumn winds scattered leaves that concealed the countless chips of stone that represented the only evidence of his efforts against the boulder's massive bulk. The moment when desperation drove Tanjiro to abandon swordwork entirely and attempt to split the boulder with his forehead marked the lowest point of his training period, a gesture that combined self-destructive frustration with the kind of illogical thinking that exhaustion and repeated failure could produce in even the most rational minds. The pain that resulted from this futile attack on stone with flesh served as brutal reminder that some problems could not be solved through simple application of greater force or more desperate determination. The appearance of Sabito, materializing on top of the boulder like a manifestation of memory and regret, shattered the solitude that had become both curse and comfort during the long months of unsuccessful practice. The fox mask that concealed his features was identical to the one Tanjiro wore, creating an immediate sense of connection that transcended the apparent impossibility of his presence in a place where no living person should have been able to approach without detection by senses that had been sharpened through a year of intensive training. The voice that emerged from behind Sabito's mask carried the authority of someone whose mastery of demon-slaying arts had progressed far beyond anything Tanjiro had yet achieved, combined with the kind of impatience that suggested his appearance was motivated by urgency rather than casual interest in a struggling student's progress. The command to be silent, delivered with such sharp emphasis, indicated that Sabito's arrival had been prompted by awareness of Tanjiro's desperate headbutt against the boulder and the self-defeating nature of such an approach to the challenge that blocked his advancement. The wooden sword that Sabito wielded seemed to move through air with the same fluid efficiency that characterized water itself, its strikes arriving with timing and precision that made Tanjiro's defensive efforts appear clumsy and inadequate, despite the significant improvements that a year of training had produced in his speed and technique. The disparate weapon types, wood versus steel, seemed to matter less than the skill with which each was employed, as Sabito's superior mastery enabled him to overwhelm Tanjiro's attempts at resistance despite the apparent advantage that a real blade should have provided. The insults that accompanied Sabito's physical dominance were delivered with the kind of casual certainty that suggested he had assessed Tanjiro's capabilities and found them wanting according to standards that left no room for the excuses or rationalizations that might comfort a struggling student. The criticism cut deeper than physical blows because it addressed not merely technical inadequacy but fundamental character flaws that training alone might be insufficient to correct, raising questions about whether Tanjiro possessed the essential qualities that demon slaying required. The unconsciousness that concluded Tanjiro's first encounter with Sabito provided merciful escape from the humiliation of complete defeat, while creating space for the kind of reflection that pride might otherwise have prevented. The darkness that claimed his awareness offered temporary refuge from the implications of facing an opponent whose abilities demonstrated how much he still had to learn, despite believing that his training had prepared him for the challenges that lay ahead. Makomo's presence when Tanjiro awakened brought a different quality of guidance to his education, her approach characterized by the kind of patient analysis that identified specific problems with his technique rather than simply overwhelming him with superior skill. The feminine voice behind her fox mask carried notes of encouragement that had been absent from Sabito's harsh correction, offering hope that the deficiencies in his performance might be correctable through proper understanding, rather than representing permanent limitations that no amount of practice could overcome. The detailed critique that Makomo provided revealed the extent to which Tanjiro's self-assessment of his progress had been inaccurate, as movements that had felt natural and correct were shown to contain wasteful elements that reduced their effectiveness while creating opportunities for more skilled opponents to exploit. Her ability to see not only what he was doing wrong but why those errors occurred demonstrated a level of understanding that went far beyond simple technical mastery to encompass deep insight into the principles that govern successful swordsmanship. The corrections that Makomo suggested seemed deceptively simple when explained, but proved extraordinarily difficult to implement consistently, requiring Tanjiro to unlearn habits that had become second nature during his year of training, while developing new patterns of movement that felt awkward and unnatural despite their theoretical superiority. The process of conscious reconstruction of techniques that had once flowed smoothly created temporary reduction in performance that tested his faith in the value of the changes being recommended. The revelation that both Sabito and Makomo had been students of Sekonji, raised alongside other children in an environment that created bonds deeper than simple friendship, provided context for their extraordinary abilities, while raising disturbing questions about what had happened to these remarkably skilled young demon slayers. Their obvious familiarity with the mountain training grounds and intimate knowledge of Sekonji's teaching methods indicated that they had progressed far beyond Tanjiro's current level, yet their presence in this place suggested circumstances that their teacher had never mentioned during his instruction. The implications that accompanied understanding of Sabito and Makomo's true nature, that they had been watching over Tanjiro throughout his training, that their appearance at this crucial moment was not coincidental, but part of some larger plan or necessity, transformed his relationship with solitude and created new appreciation for the complexity of forces that were shaping his development as a demon slayer. The loneliness that had characterized his months of struggle against the boulder gave way to awareness that he had never truly been alone, that unseen guardians had been monitoring his progress and intervening when intervention became necessary. The instruction in total concentration breathing that Makomo provided went far beyond the basic techniques that Sakonji had taught, revealing advanced applications that could transform the human body into something approaching the supernatural capabilities that demons possess naturally. The concept of expanding lung capacity to force greater volumes of air into the bloodstream, thereby increasing body temperature and heart rate to levels that produced strength and speed beyond normal human limitations, opened possibilities that Tanjiro had never imagined, despite his year of intensive training. The practice sessions that followed this revelation required Tanjiro to push his body toward conditions that felt dangerous and uncomfortable, as the breathing techniques demanded maintenance of respiratory patterns that seemed to conflict with natural instincts for self-preservation. The sensation of superheated blood moving through his circulatory system created feelings of power and energy that were simultaneously exhilarating and frightening, suggesting capabilities that came with risks that had not been fully explained or perhaps fully understood. The months of training that followed Makomo's instruction created a different quality of progress than Tanjiro had experienced during his formal education with Sakonji, as the presence of both encouraging teacher and challenging opponent provided motivation and feedback that enabled faster development of skills that had seemed impossibly difficult when approached in isolation. The combination of Makomo's patient analysis and Sabito's relentless pressure created an educational environment that addressed both technical precision and mental toughness in ways that complemented each other perfectly. The sparring sessions with Sabito evolved from complete domination to competitive exchanges, as Tanjiro's improved technique and enhanced breathing capabilities began to close the gap that had initially seemed impossible to bridge. The wooden sword that had once seemed to move with supernatural speed became readable and counterable, as Tanjiro's own movements achieved levels of fluidity and precision that approached the standards his masked opponent had been demonstrating from their first encounter. The gradual lengthening of these practice fights, as Tanjiro's endurance and defensive capabilities enabled him to survive longer against Sabito's relentless attacks, provided measurable evidence of progress that had been lacking during the frustrating months of ineffective strikes against the boulder. Each additional second of survival, each successful parry or counterattack, represented advancement toward goals that had once seemed unreachable, but now appeared within the realm of possibility. The psychological changes that accompanied Tanjiro's physical improvement were perhaps even more significant than the technical advances, as repeated exposure to high-level combat against a superior opponent built the kind of confidence and mental toughness that could not be developed through solo practice or friendly instruction. The ability to function effectively despite being outmatched, to continue fighting despite accumulated damage and exhaustion, represented preparation for the realities of demon encounters that formal training could simulate but not truly replicate. The day when Tanjiro's appearance changed, his hair growing longer as months of intensive training pushed his body toward new levels of development, marked a visible sign of the transformation that had been occurring within him. Throughout his education, under Sabito and Makomo's guidance, the physical alterations reflected internal changes that went beyond simple skill acquisition to encompass fundamental shifts in capability and identity that would prove essential for survival in the dangerous world that awaited him beyond this mountain sanctuary. The final confrontation with Sabito carried weight and significance that transcended mere sparring, as both participants understood that this encounter would determine whether Tanjiro had progressed sufficiently to move beyond the training phase of his development toward whatever challenges lay ahead. The contest that would be decided by speed rather than endurance or strategy reduced their complex relationship to its essential element: the question of whether student had finally approached the level of the master who had guided his development through months of patient instruction and brutal correction. The moment when Tanjiro's blade reached Sabito's mask before the wooden sword could complete its strike represented triumph that was both personal victory and bittersweet loss, as success meant the end of a relationship that had provided meaning and purpose during the most challenging period of his young life. The crack that appeared in the fox mask seemed to split more than carved wood, creating a fissure through which deeper truths about identity, mortality, and the nature of their connection began to emerge. The face that was revealed when Sabito's mask split in half carried expression of sadness mixed with satisfaction, suggesting that his role in Tanjiro's education had been completed according to some plan or necessity that transcended simple teaching, that his presence had been motivated by purposes that his student was only beginning to understand. The gentle smile that accompanied his final appearance suggested approval and affection that had been hidden behind the harsh criticism that had characterized their training sessions. The disappearance of both Sabito and Makomo, fading away like morning mist touched by sunrise, left Tanjiro alone with the realization that his mysterious teachers had been something other than living students sharing his training experience. Their final goodbye carried finality that suggested this parting was permanent, that whatever forces had brought them into his life had been satisfied by his achievement in splitting Sabito's mask, and would not bring them back for future guidance or companionship. The discovery that the boulder had also been split, that his successful strike against Sabito's mask had somehow translated into achievement of the seemingly impossible task that had frustrated him for months of solitary effort, provided tangible evidence that his education had progressed far beyond simple technical improvement to encompass fundamental changes in his relationship with possibility and limitation. The clean cut through solid stone demonstrated capabilities that transcended normal human strength and precision, suggesting that proper application of demon-slaying techniques could overcome obstacles that conventional approaches found insurmountable. The boulder's division into two halves represented more than successful completion of an assigned test. It symbolized Tanjiro's transformation from someone who struggled against apparent impossibility into someone who could achieve results that seemed to violate natural law through proper understanding and application of advanced techniques. The smooth surfaces of the cut revealed precision that exceeded anything mechanical tools could have produced, demonstrating the superiority of properly executed sword techniques over brute force approaches to problem solving. The return to Sakonji's house carried with it the weight of transformation that extended far beyond the simple completion of an assigned task, as Tanjiro's success in splitting the boulder had fundamentally altered his understanding of what human capability could achieve through proper application of ancient techniques and dedicated training. The familiar path that led down from the mountain clearing where he had spent 6 months in solitary struggle now felt different beneath his feet, as if the ground itself recognized that the person walking these trails was no longer the frustrated student who had climbed toward apparent impossibility, but someone who had discovered that impossibility was merely another obstacle to be overcome through determination and correct understanding. The tears that Sakonji shed upon learning of his student's achievement revealed depths of emotion that the former Hashira had kept carefully concealed throughout the year of harsh training that had prepared Tanjiro for this moment. The embrace that followed their reunion carried significance that went beyond simple celebration of successful task completion, representing acknowledgement that the boy who had arrived at this mountain home as a traumatized survivor, carrying his transformed sister, had evolved into someone worthy of joining the ranks of those who dedicated their lives to protecting humanity from supernatural evil that most people never suspected existed. The revelation of Sakonji's reluctance to send another student to final selection, his admission that he had hoped Tanjiro might fail to split the boulder and thus be spared the dangers that awaited successful candidates, provided insight into the emotional costs that came with serving as mentor to young people whose training would inevitably lead them toward life-threatening confrontations with demons whose power exceeded human limitations. The conflict between duty as teacher and love as surrogate father had created internal tension that Sakonji had borne alone throughout the months of instruction, hoping against hope that circumstances might spare him the pain of sending another beloved student toward probable death. The knowledge that Sabito and Makomo had been among Sakonji's previous students, that their extraordinary abilities had not been sufficient to ensure their survival in the world beyond the mountain sanctuary where training occurred, cast shadow over Tanjiro's achievement, while providing context for the former Hashira's emotional response to his success. The realization that the mysterious figures who had guided his final months of preparation were spirits of young people who had died despite their obvious skill and dedication served as sobering reminder that competence was no guarantee of combatants. Survival in the supernatural warfare that defined the demon Slayer's existence. The fox mask that Sakonji presented to his departing student carried traditional symbols of protection and spiritual power that reflected both hope for safe return and acceptance that such return could not be guaranteed despite the quality of preparation that had been provided. The warding properties attributed to the mask represented more than superstition, embodying accumulated wisdom about forces that operated beyond the physical realm and required defenses that transcended mere martial skill or tactical knowledge. The haircut that accompanied these final preparations served practical purposes related to the demands of sword combat, while marking the symbolic transition from student to warrior, from someone whose identity was defined by learning to someone whose purpose would be measured through application of accumulated knowledge in circumstances where mistakes carried permanent consequences. The removal of hair that had grown during months of intensive training created physical reminder of the person he was leaving behind as he prepared to enter a world where different rules applied and different qualities would determine success or failure. The farewell that took place between teacher and student carried emotional weight that both participants understood might be final, as the statistics governing final selection survival rates made optimism about reunion difficult to maintain, despite the obvious improvements that training had produced in Tanjiro's capabilities. The words spoken and unspoken during these last moments together would have to suffice for whatever expression of gratitude, affection, and hope might be appropriate between two people whose relationship had been forged through shared dedication to goals that transcended individual welfare. The journey toward Mount Fujikasane took Tanjiro through landscapes that seemed to exist in different seasons simultaneously, as if the approaching trial site occupied space where natural laws operated according to different principles than those governing ordinary geography. The gradual transition from mountain wilderness to the specialized environment that had been prepared for testing potential demon slayers created sense of crossing threshold between familiar world and realm, where supernatural forces shaped reality in ways that required constant vigilance and adaptation. The other candidates who gathered for final selection represented diverse backgrounds and training traditions, that illustrated the various paths through which young people could arrive at the decision to risk their lives in service of aid, protecting others from demonic threats. Their ages, equipment, and apparent experience levels varied considerably, suggesting that the Demon Slayer Corps drew recruits from many sources while maintaining standards that ensured only those with genuine potential would be permitted to attempt the trials that separated aspirants from actual members. The nervous energy that characterized pre-trial gatherings reflected each candidate's awareness that the next 7 days would determine whether their years of preparation had been adequate for survival in circumstances designed to test not only fighting ability but judgment, endurance, and the kind of mental resilience required for maintaining effectiveness, despite psychological pressures that could paralyze unprepared minds. The conversations that occurred among candidates revealed different approaches to managing pre-combat anxiety, while providing opportunities for final exchanges of information and encouragement. The wisteria flowers that defined the boundaries of the safe zone carried significance that went beyond simple botanical beauty, their supernatural properties representing one of the few natural forces that provided reliable protection against demonic predation. The explanation provided by the twin coordinators about seasonal flowering patterns and their relationship to demon behavior offered crucial tactical information while establishing the basic rules that would govern the trial environment and determine which areas offered temporary refuge from the supernatural threats that awaited beyond the protected perimeter. The casual mention that demons captured by Demon Slayer operations roamed freely beyond the wisteria boundary served as reminder that final selection was not simulation or training exercise, but genuine life or death encounter with creatures whose power and malevolence were limited only by their individual capabilities and hunger for human flesh. The knowledge that these demons had been imprisoned in this location, specifically to test potential recruits, added psychological dimension to the physical dangers, creating awareness that survival would require not only fighting skill, but emotional stability in face of horrors that could break unprepared minds. The 7-day time limit that defined the trial's duration seemed simultaneously generous and impossibly brief, offering enough time for candidates to demonstrate sustained capability while creating urgency that prevented conservative approaches that might prioritize safety over the kind of aggressive action that real demon-slaying missions would require. The balance between providing adequate testing period and maintaining reasonable survival expectations reflected careful consideration of what standards would identify genuinely qualified candidates without unnecessarily sacrificing, promising young people to arbitrary difficulty. The march into demon-infested territory began with confident steps that gradually became more cautious as the reality of leaving protected space impressed itself upon candidates who had spent years preparing for this moment but had never faced genuine supernatural threats under circumstances where retreat was impossible and assistance unavailable. The transition from safety to danger occurred without dramatic markers, creating psychological discomfort as familiar rules about risk and security ceased to apply in an environment where death could emerge from any shadow. The first demons that attacked the candidates demonstrated the variety of threats that would be encountered throughout the trial period. Their different sizes, abilities, and tactical approaches requiring rapid assessment and adaptation from young fighters whose previous experience had been limited to training scenarios and practice opponents who shared human limitations. The speed with which these initial encounters concluded, whether through successful demon elimination or candidate death, established tempo for trials where hesitation could prove as fatal as inadequate technique. Tanjiro's early success in dispatching multiple demons through efficient application of water-breathing forms provided validation that his training had been effective, while revealing the practical challenges involved in translating solo practice into combat effectiveness against opponents whose behavior patterns and capabilities differed significantly from human adversaries. The fluidity of movement that had been developed through months of repetition proved essential for maintaining effectiveness as combat situations evolved rapidly and unpredictably. The scent analysis that guided Tanjiro's tactical decisions during these early encounters demonstrated how his enhanced senses provided advantages that other candidates lacked, enabling him to anticipate demon movements and identify weaknesses that visual observation might miss. The ability to detect emotional states, physical condition, and tactical intentions through olfactory information created combat intelligence that supplemented technical skill while providing early warning of threats that might otherwise catch him unprepared. The prayers that Tanjiro offered for the souls of demons he was forced to kill revealed the psychological approach that would distinguish his career from that of demon slayers, who viewed their enemies as simple monsters deserving only destruction. The recognition that demons had once been human beings, that their current evil nature resulted from transformation rather than original malevolence, created emotional burden that complicated the necessary violence, while potentially providing insights into demon psychology that might prove tactically valuable. The deeper penetration into demon territory that his success enabled brought Tanjiro face to face with increasingly dangerous opponents whose abilities exceeded those of the relatively weak demons that patrolled areas near the Wisteria boundary. The gradient of threat that characterized the trial environment ensured that candidates who survived initial encounters would face progressively greater challenges that tested not only their ability to defeat individual demons, but their capacity for sustained combat over extended periods. The rotten scent that guided Tanjiro toward his most significant trial encounter provided olfactory warning of threats that exceeded anything he had previously faced, suggesting demon capabilities that represented qualitatively different levels of danger than the creatures he had successfully eliminated during his earlier trial activities. The intensity and complexity of this particular sense signature indicated an opponent whose age, power, and accumulated experience would test his abilities against standards that might determine whether his training had been adequate for the realities of Demon Slayer operations. The fellow candidate who fled from the giant demon represented the kind of tactical withdrawal that might be appropriate when facing overwhelming odds, yet also illustrated how fear could prevent effective response to situations that might be survivable through proper technique and determination. Tanjiro's decision to intervene, rather than allowing the retreat to continue, reflected moral commitment to protecting others that would characterize his approach to Demon Slayer duties, while creating immediate tactical challenge against an opponent whose capabilities exceeded his previous experience. The hand demon that emerged from underground concealment represented accumulation of power and malevolence that had been growing for decades within the final selection environment. Its multiple appendages and massive size providing evidence of how consuming human flesh could transform relatively weak demons into creatures capable of threatening even skilled opponents. The revelation that this particular demon had survived in the trial area for 47 years indicated intelligence and cunning that supplemented raw physical power, while suggesting combat experience that exceeded anything human opponents could possess. The recognition of Tanjiro's fox mask and its connection to Sekonji Urokodaki transformed what might have been routine predation into personal vendetta, as the hand demon's hatred for the former water Hashira created motivation that went beyond simple hunger to encompass desire for psychological revenge that could only be achieved through causing maximum pain to someone connected to his old enemy. This emotional dimension to the confrontation added complexity that required Tanjiro to manage not only physical combat, but psychological warfare designed to undermine his confidence and focus. The detailed descriptions of how Sabito and Makomo had died provided cruel education in the realities of demon combat, while revealing the hand demon's sadistic pleasure in recounting the suffering he had inflicted upon Sakonji's previous students. The knowledge that the spirits who had guided his final training had been killed by the very creature he now faced created emotional stakes that transformed technical challenge into deeply personal mission, with implications that extended far beyond simple trial completion. The fury that these revelations triggered in Tanjiro represented dangerous departure from the calm focus that effective demon slaying required, as emotional response could interfere with tactical judgment and create openings that skilled opponents would exploit ruthlessly. The heavy breathing that accompanied his anger served as physical warning that his emotional state was compromising his technical performance, while providing the hand demon with evidence that psychological attacks were achieving their intended effect. The charge that followed represented decision to engage despite overwhelming odds, committing to aggressive action that prioritized protecting others over personal safety while accepting risks that more cautious fighters might consider unacceptable. The willingness to face superior opponent in direct confrontation reflected character traits that would define Tanjiro's approach to Demon Slayer operations throughout his career, prioritizing moral imperatives over tactical advantages in ways that sometimes created unnecessary dangers. The initial success in severing multiple arms demonstrated that the hand demon's size and apparent power could be overcome through proper application of water-breathing techniques, while the creature's rapid regeneration revealed capabilities that made conventional damage largely meaningless unless strikes could achieve complete decapitation. The tactical lesson about demon physiology and the specific requirements for permanent elimination provided crucial knowledge while illustrating why Demon Slayer training emphasized precision over power in sword techniques. The hook punch that connected with Tanjiro's ribs served as brutal reminder that demons possessed strength far exceeding human limitations, that successful offensive actions did not guarantee safety from counterattacks that could prove fatal if they landed in vital areas. The impact that sent him flying into nearby trees demonstrated how quickly combat situations could reverse despite apparent tactical advantages, requiring constant vigilance and defensive awareness, even during successful offensive operations. The unconsciousness that followed this devastating blow created vulnerability that would normally result in immediate death, as demons rarely allowed disabled opponents to survive long enough for recovery when easy meals were available for consumption. The fact that Tanjiro awakened before being killed suggested either extraordinary luck or some form of protection that had prevented the hand demon from capitalizing on his temporary helplessness during the critical moments when finishing attacks would have been simple to execute. The voice of his deceased brother that called him back to consciousness represented either hallucination produced by head trauma or spiritual intervention that transcended ordinary understanding of life and death, providing motivation and guidance at the crucial moment when surrender might have seemed more reasonable than continued resistance. The family connections that reached across the boundary between living and dead illustrated bonds that demons could neither understand nor break despite their power over physical reality. The regeneration pattern that Tanjiro observed during renewed combat provided tactical intelligence about demon capabilities while revealing potential strategies for overcoming opponents whose ability to replace damaged tissue made conventional warfare approaches inadequate for achieving permanent victory. The understanding that cutting arms would only result in more arms unless fundamental approach was changed represented crucial insight into demon combat theory, that formal training had addressed, but practical experience was now demonstrating. The leap that carried Tanjiro high above his opponent reflected both desperate improvisation and intuitive understanding of three-dimensional combat tactics that could provide advantages over enemies whose movement patterns were primarily ground-based. The aerial position that resulted from this maneuver created opportunities for attack angles that the hand demon's defensive capabilities might not be optimally configured to counter, transforming apparent disadvantage into potential tactical superiority. The impromptu headbutt that Tanjiro employed as defensive technique, while airborne, demonstrated resourcefulness that supplemented formal sword training with unconventional methods that opponents might not anticipate or prepare for during combat planning. The effectiveness of this unorthodox approach against demon anatomy provided evidence that creative adaptation of basic human capabilities could prove as valuable as specialized techniques when applied in appropriate circumstances. The positioning that resulted from successful defensive action placed Tanjiro within striking range of the hand demon's neck, while creating temporary window of opportunity that would close rapidly as his opponent adapted to changed tactical situation. The water-breathing first form that he employed for the decisive strike represented culmination of years of training, focused into single moment where technique, timing, and determination would combine to determine whether survival was possible against seemingly impossible odds. The decapitation that followed represented successful completion of the most challenging combat he had ever faced, while providing validation that proper application of Demon Slayer techniques could overcome opponents whose capabilities exceeded anything human limitations should reasonably be able to defeat. The crumbling of the hand demon's body confirmed that permanent elimination had been achieved, ending threat that had claimed lives of multiple previous candidates, while demonstrating that Sakonji's training methods were adequate for producing warriors capable of succeeding in genuine demon combat situations. The sorrow that Tanjiro felt for his defeated opponent, rather than triumph at his own survival, revealed psychological approach that would characterize his entire career as Demon Slayer, recognizing essential humanity that existed within even the most monstrous demons, while accepting necessity of their destruction for protection of innocent people. The prayer he offered for peaceful reincarnation represented hope that death might provide escape from evil nature that demons had not chosen but could not overcome through their own efforts. The morning of the seventh day brought with it the revelation of survival among candidates whose numbers had been dramatically reduced by trials that had claimed lives with methodical efficiency throughout the week-long testing period. The congratulations offered to survivors carried weight of recognition that they had demonstrated capabilities sufficient for membership in organization whose standards were measured through life or death trials rather than academic assessments or simulated combat exercises. The descent from Mount Fujikasane carried with it a weight that exceeded simple physical exhaustion, as Tanjiro's body bore not only the accumulated damage from 7 days of supernatural combat, but the profound psychological burden that came from having crossed the threshold between ordinary human existence and the shadowed world, where demons and demon slayers engaged in eternal warfare. Each step down the mountain path that led away from the trial grounds reminded him that he was no longer the traumatized boy who had climbed toward final selection with hope and desperation in equal measure, but someone who had proven himself capable of surviving encounters that claimed the lives of most who attempted them. The uniform that had been presented to him during the final ceremony felt heavier than its actual weight suggested, its specially woven fibers carrying the accumulated expectations and traditions of an organization whose membership was earned through blood and measured through sacrifice. The black fabric seemed to absorb light in ways that ordinary cloth did not, creating visual reminder that those who wore such garments operated in spaces where shadows held dangers that normal people could never imagine, where the boundary between life and death was measured in heartbeats and the precision of sword strikes. The crow that had been assigned as his permanent companion represented connection to communication networks and operational structures that spanned regions and coordinated activities across distances that individual demon slayers could never traverse alone. The intelligence and training displayed by the Kasugai crow suggested capabilities that exceeded normal avian behavior, indicating that even the supporting elements of demon slayer operations involved mysteries that his mountain upbringing had never prepared him to understand or question. The return journey to Sakonji's house became pilgrimage of reflection and preparation, as each familiar landmark along the mountain paths triggered memories of the innocent boy who had first walked these trails, carrying his transformed sister, while believing that solutions to their impossible circumstances might be found through simple determination and appeal to adult wisdom. The knowledge that he now possessed about the true nature of the world's dangers made those early assumptions seem simultaneously precious and naive, representing perspectives that could never be fully recovered, despite their obvious value. The reunion with Nezuko carried significance that transcended simple family affection, as her awakening from the mysterious sleep that had claimed her throughout his training period suggested that their parallel transformations, his into demon slayer, hers into something that defied conventional understanding of demon nature, had reached points where renewed partnership might become possible. The embrace they shared after months of separation bridged gaps that had been created not only by time and distance but by fundamental changes in their respective natures and capabilities. Nezuko's continued retention of essential humanity, despite her demonic transformation, provided evidence that some aspects of the supernatural world operated according to principles that differed from the rigid rules that most demon slayers accepted as absolute truth. Her recognition of Tanjiro as brother rather than prey, her obvious joy at their reunion, her gentle responses to his voice and touch, all suggested that the boundary between human and demon might be more permeable than conventional wisdom indicated, creating possibilities that could transform understanding of what recovery and redemption might mean. The custom box that Sakonji had prepared for Nezuko's protection represented practical solution to the challenges of traveling with a demon companion, while acknowledging the reality that their partnership would require accommodations that no other demon slayer had ever needed to make. The lightweight construction and reinforced durability of her portable shelter reflected understanding that their missions would involve extended travel under conditions where conventional lodging would be impossible, and exposure to sunlight could prove fatal. The arrival of Haganezuka announced itself through sounds and scents that preceded visual contact, as the swordsmith's approach created disturbances in normal environmental patterns that Tanjiro's enhanced senses could detect long before ordinary observation would reveal his presence. The anticipation that built during these final moments before meeting the craftsman who would provide his primary weapon created mixture of excitement and anxiety about whether the tools that would define his combat effectiveness would prove adequate for the challenges that lay ahead. The refusal to enter the house that characterized Haganezuka's behavior patterns seemed to reflect dedication to craft traditions that prioritized focus on essential activities over social conventions that might distract attention from technical perfection. The swordsmith's apparent indifference to comfort or normal courtesy suggested personality traits that had been shaped by years of pursuing standards that demanded absolute commitment to quality regardless of personal cost or social expectations. The Nichiren blade that emerged from its wrapping carried weight that extended far beyond its physical mass, representing culmination of processes that transformed raw materials into weapons capable of permanent demon destruction. through techniques that had been refined over generations of craftsmen, whose work determined the survival prospects of those who wielded their creations. The blade's surface reflected light with quality that seemed different from ordinary steel, suggesting metallurgical properties that supplemented conventional sharpness with characteristics that would prove essential for supernatural combat. The explanation of color-changing properties that would manifest once the blade was first drawn created sense of anticipation about what hue might appear and what significance that color might carry for understanding Tanjiro's potential as Demon Slayer. The connection between blade color and wielder characteristics suggested relationships between weapon and warrior that transcended simple tool use to encompass deeper harmonies that could affect combat effectiveness in ways that mechanical analysis could not predict or explain. The disappointment that followed the blade's transformation to black reflected not only Haganezuka's personal investment in seeing rare red coloration, but broader implications about the mysterious properties associated with black Nichiren blades and their historical correlation with shortened life expectancy among their wielders. The swordsmith's dramatic reaction revealed emotional investment in his craft that made each weapon's performance a reflection of his personal skill and dedication, creating stakes that extended beyond simple customer satisfaction. The rarity of black blade wielders and their historically poor survival rates created immediate challenge to Tanjiro's confidence about his prospects for long-term success as Demon Slayer, suggesting that his weapon's unusual coloration might represent disadvantage rather than simple uniqueness. The knowledge that few black blade users had survived long enough to establish clear understanding of their weapon's capabilities added uncertainty to equipment that should have provided reassurance about his readiness for field operations. The decision to proceed despite these ominous revelations reflected commitment to goals that transcended personal safety concerns, as Tanjiro's primary motivation remained restoration of his sister's humanity, regardless of what risks that mission might entail. The acceptance of potentially inferior equipment as unavoidable circumstance rather than insurmountable obstacle demonstrated adaptation to realities that could not be changed through complaint or delay, focusing attention on factors that remained under his control. The first mission assignment that arrived through his Kasugai Crow represented transition from theoretical preparation to practical application of accumulated knowledge and skills in circumstances where mistakes would carry permanent consequences. The nervous energy that accompanied receipt of these orders reflected awareness that real Demon Slayer operations would differ significantly from training exercises and final selection trials, requiring adaptation to conditions that could not be fully predicted or prepared for in advance. The town that served as destination for his initial mission represented return to human civilization after months of isolation in mountain training environments, creating opportunities for observing how ordinary people lived their daily lives while remaining unaware of supernatural threats that could emerge from any shadow once darkness fell. The contrast between normal human concerns and the reality of demonic predation would prove challenging for someone whose recent experiences had been dominated by supernatural dangers and otherworldly encounters. Kazumi's role as local guide and information source provided Tanjiro with his first experience of working with civilian contacts, whose cooperation would be essential for mission success while creating responsibility for protecting innocent people, whose involvement in Demon Slayer operations exposed them to dangers they were not equipped to handle. The balance between utilizing civilian assistance and maintaining their safety would become a recurring challenge throughout his career as active Demon Slayer. The missing persons reports that had triggered the mission assignment suggested predation patterns that differed from random hunting behavior, indicating demon intelligence and planning capabilities that created tactical challenges beyond simple combat encounters. The systematic nature of disappearances implied opponents who could learn and adapt their methods based on local conditions and human responses, requiring countermeasures that addressed psychological as well as physical dimensions of supernatural warfare. The investigation techniques that Tanjiro employed during initial survey activities demonstrated how enhanced sensory capabilities could provide intelligence advantages that supplemented conventional observation methods, enabling detection of evidence that normal investigation approaches might miss entirely. The ability to track movements, identify emotional states, and analyze environmental changes through scent analysis created investigative tools that no other demon slayer possessed, potentially providing tactical advantages that could offset disadvantages associated with his black blade. The decision to continue operations during nighttime hours despite civilian suggestions for delay reflected understanding that demon activity patterns made darkness the optimal time for locating and engaging supernatural threats that spent daylight hours in concealment. The willingness to accept increased personal risk in order to maximize mission effectiveness demonstrated commitment to Demon Slayer principles that prioritized protection of innocence over personal safety considerations. The speed that Tanjiro demonstrated while pursuing detected threats provided evidence that his training had successfully enhanced his physical capabilities beyond normal human limitations, creating advantages in mobility and pursuit that could prove decisive in combat situations where positioning and timing determined outcomes. The gap that opened between him and Kazumi during this chase illustrated how Demon Slayer conditioning differed from ordinary fitness levels in ways that affected operational capabilities. The rooftop approach that Tanjiro employed for gaining tactical advantage over detected threats reflected understanding of three-dimensional combat environments and the importance of position superiority in encounters where supernatural opponents might possess strength and speed advantages that could only be overcome through strategic thinking. The aerial perspective that resulted from this positioning provided observation capabilities that ground-level investigation could not achieve. The underground dimension that emerged during initial combat engagement revealed demon capabilities that exceeded simple physical enhancement to encompass blood demon arts that could manipulate environmental conditions in ways that traditional tactics were inadequate to address. The swamp-like pocket dimension that opened beneath Tanjiro's feet demonstrated how some demons could alter reality itself to create combat advantages that negated conventional approaches to positioning and terrain utilization. The rescue of the trapped victim that became possible through immediate response to the dimensional manifestation reflected priorities that placed civilian safety above tactical considerations, accepting increased personal risk in order to prevent additional casualties that delay might have caused. The decision to thrust his blade into unknown supernatural manifestation without complete understanding of potential consequences demonstrated willingness to act decisively despite incomplete information when innocent lives were at stake. The swamp demon that emerged from the underground dimension represented Tanjiro's first encounter with blood demon art capabilities in actual combat conditions, providing practical education in how supernatural abilities could create tactical challenges that training exercises and final selection trials had not adequately prepared him to handle. The rapid healing that characterized the demon's response to blade wounds illustrated how enhanced regeneration could negate damage that would prove decisive against normal opponents. The three-body manifestation that followed initial engagement revealed blood demon art complexity that exceeded anything Tanjiro had previously encountered, creating multiple simultaneous threats that required tactical adaptations capable of addressing divided attention scenarios while maintaining awareness of civilian safety requirements. The coordination between separate demon bodies suggested intelligence and planning capabilities that transformed simple combat into complex tactical puzzle, requiring creative solutions. The water-breathing techniques that Tanjiro attempted during this engagement proved partially effective but inadequately adapted to the specific challenges created by multiple opponents operating in three-dimensional combat. Environment with supernatural mobility advantages. The need to switch between different forms during active combat while protecting civilians and maintaining positional awareness tested his training in ways that solo practice had not anticipated, revealing gaps between theoretical knowledge and practical application. The shallow wounds that resulted from modified technique applications demonstrated how real combat conditions could interfere with perfect execution of learned forms, creating situations where tactical adaptation became more important than technical precision in determining mission outcomes. The ability to inflict damage without achieving decisive results illustrated the difference between training scenarios and actual demon encounters, where opponents possessed capabilities that exceeded standard expectations. The strategic withdrawal that brought Tanjiro back to Kazumi's position reflected tactical judgment that prioritized regrouping and reassessment over continued engagement under unfavorable conditions, demonstrating understanding that persistence was not always preferable to intelligent adaptation when circumstances exceeded current capabilities. The protection of civilian assets while maintaining mission objectives required balance between aggressive action and prudent caution that training had addressed, but real experience was now testing. The repeated engagements that followed demonstrated both the swamp demon's persistence in pursuing prey and Tanjiro's gradual adaptation to combat conditions that differed significantly from anything his preparation had anticipated. The iterative nature of these encounters provided opportunities for learning and adjustment that slowly improved his tactical effectiveness, while revealing how real demon combat involved extended interactions rather than single decisive confrontations. The investigation skills that proved crucial for mission success reflected integration of enhanced sensory capabilities with traditional detective work, creating approaches to problem-solving that combined supernatural advantages with logical analysis in ways that neither alone could achieve. The ability to detect subtle environmental changes while interpreting their significance through rational thought processes provided investigative tools that could address complex operational challenges. The completion of his first mission through successful elimination of the swamp demon provided validation that his training had been adequate for basic demon slayer operations, while revealing areas where additional experience and skill development would be necessary for handling more challenging threats. The knowledge gained through practical application of theoretical knowledge created foundation for improvement that could only come through active field experience rather than continued training exercises. The transition to his second mission represented progression from initial uncertainty to growing confidence in his operational capabilities. Though the increased complexity of urban environment and more sophisticated demon opponents would test his adaptability in ways that rural missions had not required, the movement from simple elimination tasks to more complex investigation and engagement scenarios reflected the gradual increase in responsibility and challenge that characterized advancement within Demon Slayer operations. The journey toward Asakusa, Tokyo, marked Tanjiro's first exposure to truly urban environment and the social complexities that came with operating in areas where large numbers of people created both opportunities and challenges for Demon Slayers, whose activities required secrecy while protecting populations that remained unaware of supernatural threats surrounding them. The sensory overload that accompanied entry into such concentrated human habitation would test his enhanced perception abilities in ways that mountain or rural environments had never demanded. The sprawling metropolis of Tokyo stretched beyond the horizon, like a vast organism of wood, stone, and human ambition, its countless streets and alleyways creating labyrinthine patterns that challenged even Tanjiro's enhanced senses with their complexity and overwhelming abundance of scents, sounds, and visual stimuli. The transition from mountain wilderness and rural villages to this concentrated explosion of human civilization struck him with almost physical force, as if the very air had been compressed and loaded with information that his mind struggled to process and categorize according to the survival instincts that had been honed through years of life in environments where each sensory input carried clear significance. The Taisho era's modernization efforts had transformed Tokyo into a city where traditional Japanese architecture coexisted with Western influences in ways that created visual discord and cultural tension, reflecting a nation caught between ancient traditions and rapidly evolving contemporary realities that foreign contact had introduced with revolutionary suddenness. Steam-powered machinery competed with ox-drawn carts for space on roads that had never been designed to accommodate such variety of transportation methods, while electric lighting began to challenge the eternal rhythms of day and night that had governed human activity since the beginning of consciousness. The assignment that had brought Tanjiro to this urban maze involved reports of demon activity that differed qualitatively from the straightforward predation patterns he had encountered during his previous missions, suggesting supernatural threats that operated with intelligence and planning capabilities that exceeded anything his limited experience had prepared him to handle. The disappearances that had triggered Demon Slayer attention were occurring in populated areas where witnesses should have made concealment difficult. Yet the incidents continued with systematic regularity that implied opponents whose capabilities extended far beyond simple hunger-driven hunting. The crowds that filled Tokyo's streets during daylight hours created sensory environment that tested Tanjiro's enhanced perception abilities in ways that wilderness training had never anticipated, as the overwhelming abundance of human sense, emotions, and activities created background noise that made detection of supernatural threats exponentially more difficult than it had been in rural settings, where demon presence stood out clearly against relatively simple environmental patterns. The challenge of identifying specific dangers within such complex sensory landscapes required adaptation of investigation techniques that had been developed for much simpler operational environments. The cultural shock that accompanied Tanjiro's first extended exposure to urban civilization revealed the extent to which his mountain upbringing had isolated him from social and technological developments that most contemporary Japanese people accepted as normal aspects of daily life. The mechanical devices, Western clothing styles, complex commercial relationships, and social hierarchies that characterized city existence operated according to rules that his family-centered rural experience had never required him to understand or navigate successfully. The mission briefing that had guided his approach to Tokyo operations emphasized the importance of maintaining secrecy while conducting investigations in an environment where Demon Slayer activities could easily attract unwanted attention from civilian authorities or curious observers whose involvement would complicate operational requirements, while potentially exposing ordinary people to supernatural dangers they lacked ability to comprehend or survive. The balance between thorough investigation and operational security would prove more challenging in urban settings than rural missions, where population density made concealment relatively straightforward. The early stages of his Tokyo investigation proceeded according to established patterns of scent tracking and witness interview techniques that had proven effective during previous missions. Yet the complexity of urban environment and sophisticated nature of reported incidents suggested that this assignment would test his developing skills against opponents whose capabilities might exceed anything he had previously encountered. The methodical approach that had served him well in simpler scenarios would need to be adapted for circumstances where conventional wisdom about demon behavior might prove inadequate. The moment when Tanjiro's enhanced senses detected the unmistakable scent signature that had haunted his memories since the night his family was slaughtered created psychological impact that transcended simple recognition, as the olfactory evidence confirmed what his rational mind had barely dared to hope: that the original source of his sister's transformation and his family's destruction was not only still alive, but present in this very city at this very moment. The intensity of his emotional response to this discovery threatened to overwhelm the tactical discipline that Demon Slayer training had instilled, creating internal conflict between personal vengeance and professional obligation. The desperate pursuit that followed this recognition led Tanjiro through crowded streets and commercial districts where his frantic searching behavior attracted curious attention from pedestrians who could not understand why a young man in place Demon Slayer uniform was moving with such obvious urgency through areas where no apparent emergency existed. The challenge of maintaining operational security while following scent trail through populated areas required constant attention to avoiding civilian involvement while preventing his quarry from escaping detection through the simple expedient of disappearing into crowds where visual tracking would prove impossible. The discovery of Muzan Kibutsuji masquerading as ordinary human businessman, accompanied by what appeared to be wife and child in perfect simulation of normal family life, struck Tanjiro with revelations so shocking that his worldview required immediate and fundamental revision to accommodate truths that his previous understanding of demon nature had never contemplated. The sight of the creature responsible for his family's destruction, living openly among unsuspecting humans, while maintaining facade of respectability, challenged every assumption he had made about how supernatural evil operated within human society. The recognition that passed between them carried weight of mutual understanding about identities and intentions that transcended verbal communication, as Muzan's immediate awareness of Tanjiro's nature as Demon Slayer was matched by Tanjiro's recognition of the demonic presence that no amount of human disguise could completely conceal from senses that had been trained to detect supernatural threats regardless of their apparent form. The moment of visual contact created tension that seemed to charge the surrounding air with electricity, while innocent bystanders continued their normal activities, completely unaware of the confrontation occurring in their midst. Muzan's response to being discovered revealed capabilities and tactical thinking that exceeded anything Tanjiro had encountered during his previous demon encounters, as the progenitor's decision to transform innocent civilian into demon, rather than engage in direct confrontation, demonstrated intelligence and psychological sophistication that transcended simple predatory behavior. The casual cruelty involved in sacrificing uninvolved person to create distraction while facilitating escape illustrated how completely Muzan had abandoned any connection to human morality or empathy that might once have constrained his actions. The newly created demon that resulted from Muzan's tactical misdirection represented immediate threat to surrounding civilians, whose safety became Tanjiro's primary responsibility, despite his desperate desire to pursue the original target of his mission. The conflict between personal objectives and professional obligations created internal tension that tested his commitment to Demon Slayer principles, while forcing him to accept that protection of innocence must take precedence over opportunities for personal vengeance, regardless of how long-awaited or emotionally significant such opportunities might be. The public nature of the demon transformation and subsequent combat created unprecedented challenges for maintaining the secrecy that Demon Slayer operations normally required, as civilian witnesses and potential official interference threatened to expose supernatural realities that most people were psychologically unprepared to acknowledge or accept. The balance between eliminating immediate threat and preventing panic or unwanted attention required tactical decisions that training scenarios had never addressed, because they involved social and political dimensions that extended far beyond simple combat effectiveness. The intervention of Lady Tamayo and Yushiro during the crisis represented Tanjiro's first encounter with demons, who had chosen to resist their nature rather than embracing the evil that transformation typically produced, challenging his understanding of demon psychology while providing evidence that alternatives to destruction might exist for creatures whose essential humanity remained stronger than their supernatural hunger. The revelation that some demons could retain moral agency and choose cooperation over predation opened possibilities that conventional Demon Slayer doctrine had never contemplated. The assistance that Tamayo provided in managing the immediate crisis demonstrated capabilities that exceeded simple medical knowledge to encompass deep understanding of demon physiology and the transformation processes that created supernatural creatures from human victims. Her ability to address both the immediate threat and its broader implications suggested experience and expertise that could prove invaluable for understanding how demons functioned and whether reversal of transformation might be possible under appropriate circumstances. The secret house where Tamayo conducted her research represented hidden refuge within Tokyo, where demons who rejected their predatory nature could work toward goals that aligned with human interests rather than opposing them, creating safe space for activities that challenged fundamental assumptions about the impossibility of cooperation between human and demon. The laboratory facilities and medical equipment that filled this hidden sanctuary suggested long-term research projects whose scope and ambition extended far beyond simple survival to encompass systematic investigation of demon nature and transformation mechanics. Yushiro's obvious devotion to Tamayo illustrated how emotional bonds could survive demonic transformation when circumstances permitted retention of human relationships and moral frameworks that provided alternatives to predatory behavior patterns that most demons adopted by default. The loyalty and affection that characterized their relationship demonstrated that demonic transformation did not necessarily destroy capacity for love, sacrifice, and cooperation that formed foundation of civilized behavior. The research proposal that emerged from their meeting represented unprecedented collaboration between Demon Slayer and demons, whose goals aligned despite their different natures, creating partnership that could advance understanding of transformation mechanics while working toward development of cure that might restore Nezuko and others to full humanity. The scientific approach that Tamayo brought to questions that Demon Slayer doctrine had always treated as matters of absolute moral certainty offered hope for solutions that had seemed impossible when approached through purely combative methods. The blood samples and medical analyses that would be required for this research created new responsibilities for Tanjiro, whose missions would now need to incorporate specimen collection and data gathering activities that supplemented traditional elimination objectives with scientific investigation that could benefit all victims of demonic transformation. The evolution from simple combat role to research partner represented expansion of his duties that reflected the unique opportunities created by Nezuko's unusual retention of human consciousness, despite her changed nature. The interruption of their meeting by members of the 12 Kazuki announced itself through sudden escalation in supernatural threat level that transformed educational discussion into immediate life or death combat against opponents whose power exceeded anything Tanjiro had previously faced in actual battle conditions. The arrival of demons whose rank within Muzan's hierarchy indicated capabilities that approached those of upper-tier threats created tactical situation that would test not only individual combat skills, but ability to coordinate defensive efforts with unlikely allies whose motivations and capabilities remained largely unknown. Susamaru's Tamari-based blood demon art represented attack methodology that combined supernatural power with precision and unpredictability that conventional defensive techniques were inadequately prepared to counter, creating kinetic threats that moved according to rules that differed from normal projectile physics while carrying destructive potential that could prove fatal upon impact. The challenge of defending against weapons that could change direction arbitrarily while maintaining offensive capability against opponent who remained mobile created tactical complexity that required simultaneous attention to multiple variables. Yahaba's vector manipulation abilities complemented his partner's offensive capabilities by creating environmental hazards that affected movement and positioning in ways that made conventional evasion strategies inadequate for survival, forcing defenders to adapt constantly to changing conditions that could trap or redirect them toward lethal attacks. The combination of direct assault and environmental control created tactical situation where traditional approaches to demon combat proved insufficient without creative adaptation and cooperative defense. The teamwork that developed between Tanjiro, Tamayo, and Yushiro during this extended combat represented unprecedented cooperation between demon slayers and demons, whose shared interest in survival overcame doctrinal differences that normally made such alliances impossible. The successful coordination of their different capabilities created defensive effectiveness that exceeded what any individual participant could have achieved alone, demonstrating potential benefits of cooperation that challenged established assumptions about how supernatural conflicts should be conducted. The strategic use of Tamayo's blood demon art to trigger Muzan's curse within Susamaru provided crucial intelligence about the control mechanisms that the demon progenitor employed to maintain loyalty among his subordinates, while illustrating how internal conflicts within demon hierarchies could be exploited by opponents who understood the psychological and supernatural dynamics that govern supernatural organizations. The revelation that 12 Kazuki members were bound by curses that prevented betrayal or revelation of secrets added complexity to understanding of how Muzan maintained power over creatures whose individual capabilities might otherwise enable independent action. The death of Susamaru through curse activation, rather than direct combat damage, demonstrated how Muzan's control system served as both organizational strength and potential weakness, creating vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies who understood how to manipulate the supernatural bonds that held demon hierarchies together. The psychological impact of witnessing curse effects provided education in the ruthlessness that characterized demon leadership structures, while revealing tactical opportunities that conventional combat approaches had never contemplated. The aftermath of the battle provided opportunity for deeper discussion of research objectives and methodology that would guide future cooperation between Tanjiro and Tamayo's group, establishing framework for ongoing partnership that could advance scientific understanding of demon transformation while supporting development of cure that remained primary objective for Nezuko's restoration. The formal agreement to share information and specimens created alliance that transcended traditional boundaries between human and demon while focusing on goals that served interests of both species. The knowledge gained through this Tokyo mission extended far beyond simple combat experience to encompass fundamental revision of understanding about demon nature, demon society, and possibilities for cooperation that challenged basic assumptions about supernatural warfare that Demon Slayer training had presented as absolute truth. The revelation that demons could choose to resist their nature, that scientific research might offer alternatives to purely combative approaches, and that Muzan's organization possessed complexities that created tactical opportunities, represented intelligence that would influence Tanjiro's approach to future missions in ways that conventional doctrine had never contemplated. The expansion of mission parameters to include research support activities created additional responsibilities that would need to be balanced against traditional Demon Slayer objectives while maintaining security requirements that protected both conventional operations and scientific investigations from interference or exposure. The dual role as combat operative and research partner represented evolution in his professional identity that reflected unique circumstances created by Nezuko's condition and the opportunities for cooperation that unusual allies had made possible. The return journey from Tokyo carried weight of new knowledge and expanded objectives that transformed Tanjiro's understanding of his role within broader supernatural conflict, while providing hope that purely combative approaches to demon problems might be supplemented by scientific methods that offered greater possibility for positive outcomes. The intelligence about Muzan's organization, the alliance with Tamayo's research group, and evidence that some demons could resist their predatory nature created foundation for approaches that conventional Demon Slayer doctrine had never recognized as possible or desirable. The implications of these developments for future operations would require careful consideration of how to integrate research objectives with traditional elimination missions while maintaining operational security that protected both conventional Demon Slayer activities and scientific investigations from interference or exposure that could compromise either set of objectives. The balance between innovation and tradition would prove challenging as Tanjiro's career progressed toward increasingly complex missions that tested not only his combat capabilities, but his ability to navigate political and tactical situations that training had never addressed. The mountain path that led away from the house with the wisteria crest wound through terrain that seemed to exist in permanent twilight, where ancient trees filtered sunlight into patterns of shadow and illumination that created an atmosphere of mystery and anticipation appropriate for the encounter that would transform Tanjiro's solitary mission into the beginning of partnerships that would define his approach to demon slaying for years to come. The familiar weight of Nezuko's box on his shoulders provided comfort and purpose as he navigated terrain that grew increasingly treacherous with each step toward his assigned destination. Yet the isolation that had characterized his previous missions was about to end in ways that his mountain upbringing had never prepared him to anticipate or understand. The first indication that this assignment would differ from his earlier solo operations came through sounds that pierced the mountain silence with unmistakable human origin. Not the screams of terror or pain that usually marked demon encounters, but something far more unexpected and psychologically jarring. The noise that echoed off canyon walls and filtered through dense forest carried emotional qualities that seemed completely inappropriate for wilderness area where supernatural predators were known to hunt, creating cognitive dissonance that forced Tanjiro to question whether his enhanced senses were providing accurate information about the situation he was approaching. The source of these incongruous sounds revealed itself to be a young man whose behavior patterns defied every assumption that Demon Slayer training had established about appropriate conduct in dangerous territory, as his loud complaints about mission conditions and repeated attempts to abandon his assigned duties created security risks that exceeded anything Tanjiro had previously witnessed during operational activities. The blonde hair and distinctive uniform that marked him as fellow Demon Slayer only made his apparent cowardice more shocking. As such, behavior seemed fundamentally incompatible with survival of final selection trials that should have eliminated candidates who lacked necessary courage and determination. Zenitsu Agatsuma's introduction to their partnership began with desperate pleas for protection that revealed psychological fragmentation so severe that his continued existence as active Demon Slayer seemed to violate basic principles of organizational competence and operational security. The constant whining about danger, repeated declarations of his own inadequacy, and obvious terror at prospect of actually encountering demons created impression of someone whose presence in combat situations would prove liability rather than asset to mission success and personal survival. The sparrow that served as Zenitsu's Kasugai messenger reflected his unconventional nature through species choice that deviated from standard crow assignments, suggesting either accommodation of personal preferences or recognition that traditional approaches might be inadequate for managing operative, whose psychological profile differed so dramatically from typical Demon Slayer characteristics. The small bird's apparent ability to maintain communication protocols despite its bearer's emotional instability indicated training and dedication that exceeded what might reasonably be expected from non-human operational support systems. The mission briefing that had brought both young Demon Slayers to this mountainous region involved reports of disappearances that followed patterns suggesting organized supernatural activity rather than random predation, with specific focus on children whose vulnerability made them preferred targets for demons, whose hunting strategies emphasized prey that could not effectively resist capture or elimination. The systematic nature of these disappearances implied intelligence and planning that exceeded simple hunger-driven behavior, creating tactical challenges that would require coordinated response rather than individual elimination techniques. The house that dominated their assigned operational area stood like monument to architectural impossibility, its structure defying conventional understanding of physics and engineering, through dimensions and spatial relationships that seemed to shift according to rules that existed beyond normal reality. The building's appearance suggested blood demon art influence that could manipulate environmental conditions in ways that made traditional approach and navigation strategies completely inadequate for operational success, creating tactical situation where conventional training provided insufficient guidance for mission completion. The children who approached them near the mysterious house represented both mission objective and immediate tactical consideration, as Shoichi and Teruko's obvious terror and desperate pleas for help regarding their missing brother created emotional imperatives that demanded immediate action while potentially compromising operational security through involvement of civilians whose safety would become additional responsibility during combat operations. The decision to provide assistance despite increased complexity reflected moral priorities that characterized Tanjiro's approach to Demon Slayer duties, while accepting tactical disadvantages that more pragmatic operatives might have avoided. The separation that occurred immediately upon entering the house demonstrated how blood demon art, environmental manipulation, could neutralize numerical advantages by preventing coordinated action between team members whose individual, capabilities might prove insufficient for handling threats that required cooperative response strategies. The isolation that resulted from supernatural room shifting created multiple simultaneous combat scenarios, where each demon slayer would need to prove individual competence while protecting assigned civilian charges without possibility of mutual support or tactical coordination. Zenitsu's assignment to protect Shoichi revealed the cruel irony of pairing the most terrified demon slayer with civilian whose own fear created psychological resonance that amplified both participants' anxiety while reducing overall effectiveness of their defensive capabilities. The challenge of maintaining protection responsibilities while managing personal terror created psychological pressure that threatened to overwhelm rational thinking processes that combat effectiveness required, yet also established conditions where extraordinary measures might become necessary for survival when conventional approaches proved inadequate. The revelation of Zenitsu's combat capabilities when unconsciousness freed him from psychological constraints that normally prevented effective action demonstrated how human potential could be limited by mental barriers rather than physical inadequacy, creating tactical asset whose deployment required accepting temporary loss of conscious control over ally, whose conscious behavior patterns suggested complete unreliability. The thunder-breathing techniques that emerged during his sleep-fighting episodes represented mastery that exceeded anything his conscious personality seemed capable of achieving or maintaining through voluntary effort. The speed and precision that characterized Zenitsu's unconscious combat performance created stark contrast with his conscious cowardice, while demonstrating that Demon Slayer training could produce extraordinary results, even in cases where psychological damage seemed to prevent normal operational function. The single thunder-breathing form that he had mastered beyond human limitations provided tactical capability that could eliminate multiple demons through applications that compressed devastating power into movements too fast for ordinary perception to follow or predict. The third presence that announced itself through violence and chaos represented encounter with Demon Slayer, whose approach to supernatural combat rejected conventional training methods in favor of techniques developed through individual experimentation and adaptation to wilderness survival. Conditions that had created capabilities unlike anything formal instruction could produce. The boar head that concealed his features suggested connection to animal behavior patterns that transcended human limitations, while indicating psychological development that had occurred outside normal social constraints. Inosuke Hashibira's beast-breathing techniques represented innovation that challenged established doctrine about proper demon slayer methodology, while demonstrating effectiveness that validated alternative approaches to supernatural combat training and tactical development. The self-taught nature of his abilities suggested individual potential that could exceed institutionally produced competence when circumstances permitted unrestrained development of natural talents that conventional education might have channeled into less effective patterns. The territorial behavior that Inosuke displayed toward other demon slayers reflected social development that had occurred in isolation from human community, creating personality traits that prioritized individual dominance over cooperative effectiveness, while maintaining combat capabilities that made such antisocial tendencies tolerable within operational contexts where results mattered more than social harmony. The challenge of integrating such unconventional personality into team operations would test leadership skills that Tanjiro's mountain upbringing and family responsibilities had developed. The demons that occupied the house represented hierarchical threat structure that required different tactical approaches for effective elimination, as their various capabilities and territorial arrangements created complex operational environment where traditional advance and eliminate strategies proved inadequate without careful analysis of spatial relationships and blood. Demon artifacts that controlled buildings' internal geography. The tongue demon, whose pursuit of Zenitsu and Shoichi created extended chase sequence, demonstrated how environmental manipulation could transform simple combat into exhausting endurance test that favored demon advantages. The horned demon that engaged Inosuke in direct combat represented opponent whose physical capabilities matched beast-breathing techniques in ways that created extended engagement between supernatural creature and human whose abilities approached demonic levels through unconventional training, methods that had pushed natural potential beyond normally achievable limits. The resulting battle demonstrated how individual excellence could overcome supernatural advantages when proper techniques were applied with sufficient intensity and tactical intelligence. The blood demon art that controlled building spatial relationships originated from demon whose artistic background provided foundation for environmental manipulation that transformed architecture into weapon whose effects could disorient and trap opponents, whose tactical thinking remained bound by conventional assumptions about navigation and positioning. The rotating rooms and shifting corridors created three-dimensional puzzle that required adaptation to changing conditions while maintaining combat effectiveness against opponents whose familiarity with altered geography provided significant advantage. Kyogai's status as former 12 Kizuki member provided intelligence about demon hierarchies and organizational structure that revealed how Muzan's leadership operated through systems of rank and privilege that could be lost through failure to maintain expected performance levels. The demotion that had cost him his position within elite demon organization created psychological vulnerability that influenced his behavior patterns, while providing tactical opportunities for opponents who understood how to exploit emotional weaknesses that supernatural power could not eliminate. The Marechi blood that made certain children particularly attractive to demons as prey created targeting pattern that explained systematic nature of disappearances while providing tactical intelligence about demon preferences that could guide protective strategies and operational planning for future missions involving vulnerable populations. The scent signatures and enhanced nutritional value that characterized rare blood types made their possessors priority targets whose protection required specialized approaches that conventional security methods could not adequately address. The combat that developed between Tanjiro and Kyogai represented tactical challenge that required constant adaptation to environmental changes while maintaining offensive pressure against opponent whose blood demon art created combat conditions that shifted according to supernatural will rather than physical law. The water-breathing techniques that normally relied on consistent spatial relationships required modification for effectiveness in environment where gravity, orientation, and positioning could change without warning or predictable pattern. The respect that Tanjiro showed for Kyogai's artistic efforts during their combat represented recognition of humanity that persisted within demonic nature despite transformation that had altered moral framework and behavioral patterns that normally governed civilized interaction. The acknowledgement of creative talent and artistic achievement demonstrated approach to demon encounters that looked beyond immediate tactical requirements to address psychological dimensions that conventional elimination procedures typically ignored. The successful elimination of Kyogai through techniques that acknowledged his artistic identity while accepting necessity of his destruction illustrated balance between tactical effectiveness and humane treatment that characterized Tanjiro's approach to Demon Slayer operations throughout his boat sea career. The gentle death that resulted from blessed rain after drought technique provided merciful ending that honored what remained of human nature, while fulfilling operational requirements that mission parameters demanded. The reunion of separated team members outside the collapsed house provided opportunity for assessment of individual performance and tactical lessons learned through first coordinated mission that had tested each participant's capabilities while revealing strengths and weaknesses that would influence future operational planning and team composition decisions. The successful protection of civilian charges while eliminating all demonic threats demonstrated collective effectiveness that exceeded what individual performance levels might have suggested possible. The confrontation that developed between Inosuke and Tanjiro over Nezuko's nature represented ideological conflict about proper Demon Slayer procedures and protocols that challenged team cohesion while testing leadership capabilities that would be required for managing operatives whose training backgrounds and philosophical approaches differed significantly from conventional organizational standards. The resolution of this conflict through physical dominance rather than reasoned discussion reflected social dynamics that characterized relationships between strong-willed individuals whose cooperation was necessary despite personal disagreements. The concussion that resulted from Tanjiro's headbutt technique demonstrated how unconventional combat methods could prove decisive against opponents whose preparation focused on sword techniques while neglecting possibility that close quarters fighting might involve tactics that fell outside normal training parameters. The effectiveness of this approach against skilled opponent validated innovation and adaptability over rigid adherence to prescribed methodologies when circumstances required creative problem-solving. The recovery period at the Wisteria House provided opportunity for team building and relationship development that transformed collection of individual operatives into cohesive unit whose members understood each other's capabilities, limitations, and behavioral patterns well enough to coordinate effectively during future missions that would test their collective abilities against increasingly dangerous threats. The domestic environment that characterized their rest period enabled psychological healing and social bonding that operational stress normally prevented. The revelation of Nezuko's nature to Zenitsu created additional complications for operational security, while testing team loyalty and acceptance of circumstances that challenged conventional Demon Slayer doctrine about appropriate relationships between human operatives and supernatural entities. The decision to maintain partnership despite doctrinal violations reflected personal bonds that transcended organizational rules, while accepting risks that such relationships might create for mission effectiveness and operational security. The preparation for departure toward their next assignment represented transition from individual uncertainty to collective confidence, as team members who had proven their ability to work together effectively despite personality differences and conflicting approaches to supernatural combat, techniques, and tactical decision-making. The evolution from strangers, brought together by circumstance, to partners, united by shared experience and mutual respect, created foundation for cooperation that would prove essential for surviving challenges that exceeded what any individual could handle alone. The equipment inspection and mission briefing that preceded their departure toward Mount Natagumo provided final opportunity for addressing individual concerns and tactical considerations that previous experience had revealed as important factors in mission success, while ensuring that each team member understood assigned responsibilities and support requirements that effective coordination would demand. The systematic approach to preparation reflected lessons learned through practical experience that formal training had been unable to provide through simulation or theoretical instruction alone. The mountain that rose before them like a monument to primordial darkness carried an atmosphere of malevolence so thick and oppressive that even the normally oblivious Zenitsu fell silent as they approached its lower slopes, his constant complaints replaced by trembling awareness that whatever awaited them within the shadowed forests ahead exceeded anything their previous missions had prepared them to face. Mount Natagumo stood against the evening sky like a cancerous growth on the landscape, its peaks shrouded in unnatural mists that seemed to writhe with intentional malevolence rather than moving according to normal atmospheric patterns that governed mountain weather systems. The briefing that had brought their newly formed team to this ominous location spoke of demon slayers who had ascended these slopes in response to reports of supernatural activity, only to turn against each other in acts of violence that contradicted every principle of core training and mutual support that should have prevented such fratricidal behavior under any circumstances. The implications of these reports suggested blood demon art capabilities that exceeded simple physical manipulation to encompass psychological control that could override conscious will and transform allies into enemies through mechanisms that conventional training had never addressed or prepared operatives to resist. The forest that began where normal vegetation ended created transition zone between familiar natural environment and supernatural realm, where different rules applied to survival, navigation, and the basic assumptions about reality that human consciousness required for maintaining sanity and operational effectiveness. The trees that dominated this cursed landscape seemed to lean inward with deliberate hostility, their branches intertwining overhead to block moonlight and create perpetual twilight that favored creatures whose enhanced senses and supernatural abilities provided advantages that human operatives could only overcome through superior technique and unwavering determination. The scent analysis that Tanjiro conducted as they penetrated deeper into demon territory revealed olfactory signatures that painted disturbing picture of what had befallen the missing demon slayers, as the mingled aromas of fear, pain, and supernatural corruption created complex bouquet that told story of human suffering and demonic predation that exceeded normal patterns of supernatural warfare. The layered scents suggested multiple demons working in coordination rather than individual predators operating according to typical territorial behavior, indicating organized threat that would require tactical approaches different from anything their previous experience had taught them. The discovery of Murata, cowering behind fallen log with obvious signs of psychological trauma that had reduced him from competent demon slayer to terrified survivor whose rational thinking had been overwhelmed by experiences too horrific for normal human consciousness to process and integrate, provided first concrete evidence of what supernatural forces they were facing, while demonstrating how quickly confidence could be shattered by encounters that exceeded preparation and training. His fragmented account of demon slayers attacking each other painted picture of supernatural influence that could turn protective instincts into destructive compulsions through mechanisms that remained mysterious but obviously effective. The puppet strings that had controlled the attacking demon slayers represented blood demon art that violated fundamental assumptions about individual autonomy and free will, creating tactical situation where normal approaches to combat and cooperation became impossible when allies could be transformed into enemies through supernatural manipulation that overrode conscious choice and moral commitment. The sight of human bodies moving according to demonic will, rather than personal volition, challenged basic understanding of what distinguished human from monster, while creating immediate threat assessment problems that conventional training had never addressed. The mother spider demon, whose web of control had reduced brave warriors to marionettes dancing according to her malevolent choreography, embodied form of evil that transcended simple predation to encompass deliberate corruption of everything noble and protective about human nature, transforming those who had dedicated their lives to saving others into instruments of destruction that betrayed every principle they had sworn to uphold. Her casual manipulation of human souls revealed depth of malice that exceeded hunger or territorial instinct to encompass pure enjoyment of suffering and moral degradation. The decision to immobilize rather than eliminate the controlled demon slayers reflected Tanjiro's moral framework that recognized essential humanity beneath supernatural influence, while creating tactical complications that more pragmatic operatives might have avoided through lethal response to immediate threats. The careful placement of controlled operatives in tree branches where they could not continue attacking while remaining alive demonstrated commitment to preserving human life, even when such preservation created additional operational challenges and personal risk. The mother's response to tactical interference with her puppeteer operations revealed callous disregard for the lives she had been controlling, as her decision to snap their necks rather than lose control demonstrated how completely demons viewed humans as disposable resources whose value existed only in relation to demonic convenience and entertainment. The casual murder of her own weapons illustrated mentality that treated human consciousness as plaything to be discarded when it ceased to provide amusement or tactical advantage. Inosuke's beast-breathing seventh form spatial awareness demonstrated how unconventional training methods could provide tactical capabilities that supplemented traditional demon slayer techniques with abilities that formal instruction had never developed or recognized as valuable for supernatural combat situations. The sensory enhancement that allowed precise location of hidden enemies through environmental vibration analysis created intelligence advantages that could overcome blood demon art concealment while providing targeting information necessary for successful elimination of threats whose positions remained invisible to conventional observation methods. The strongest puppet that the mother deployed against them represented pinnacle of her control capabilities, a demon slayer whose original abilities had been enhanced rather than diminished by supernatural manipulation to create opponent whose combat effectiveness exceeded what individual human capability should have been able to achieve through normal training and development. The headless condition that characterized this ultimate weapon demonstrated how completely the mother's influence could override normal human limitations and survival instincts in pursuit of maximum destructive potential. The coordinated attack that Tanjiro and Inosuke launched against this supreme puppet required tactical cooperation that transcended their personality differences, while combining their respective techniques in ways that created combined effectiveness exceeding what either could have achieved. Individually, the diagonal cutting technique that divided the headless puppet reflected understanding that unconventional threats required unconventional responses that moved beyond standard elimination procedures toward creative problem solving that adapted to specific circumstances rather than relying on predetermined approaches. The boost that Inosuke provided by throwing Tanjiro toward the mother spider demon represented tactical innovation that utilized physical capabilities and positioning advantages in ways that formal training had never contemplated, creating attack angles and momentum that conventional approach methods could not achieve, while demonstrating how effective partnership could multiply individual effectiveness through creative coordination. The aerial assault that resulted from this technique provided element of surprise while enabling strike placement that ground-based attacks could not accomplish. The water-breathing technique that Tanjiro initially prepared for eliminating the mother represented standard operational procedure that training had established for demon elimination, yet his modification to the blessed rain after drought form demonstrated moral evolution that recognized suffering even within demonic nature while maintaining operational effectiveness necessary for mission success. The decision to provide merciful death rather than painful elimination reflected character development that distinguished his approach to Demon Slayer operations from purely tactical considerations. The mother's final warning about 12 Kazuki presence on the mountain provided crucial intelligence about threat levels that exceeded anything their current mission had anticipated, transforming what had appeared to be standard elimination operation into encounter with elite demons, whose capabilities represented qualitatively different levels of danger than anything their previous experience had prepared them to handle. The knowledge that such powerful enemies awaited them deeper in the mountain created a tactical situation where retreat might have been an appropriate option if mission parameters had not required complete elimination of supernatural threats to prevent future civilian casualties. The daughter spider demon, who appeared after the mother's elimination, represented a different type of threat, whose apparent youth and obvious terror created moral complications that standard Demon Slayer protocols were inadequately designed to address, as her behavior patterns suggested. Retained humanity that conventional doctrine would have ignored in favor of immediate elimination, without consideration of individual circumstances or psychological condition. The fear that characterized her response to their presence indicated awareness of mortality and suffering that most demons had lost through transformation processes that stripped away human empathy and self-preservation instincts. The father spider demon, who responded to his daughter's summons, embodied physical power that exceeded anything the team had previously encountered. His massive size and overwhelming strength creating tactical situation where conventional combat techniques proved inadequate for achieving results that had been effective against smaller opponents whose capabilities remained within human ability to counter through superior skill and technique. The casual ease with which he overwhelmed their initial attacks demonstrated how quickly confidence could become liability when facing enemies whose abilities transcended normal parameters for supernatural combat. The separation that resulted from the father's attack reflected tactical reality that some opponents possessed capabilities that could negate numerical advantages through simple application of overwhelming force, scattering coordinated units, and forcing individual survival responses that made mutual support impossible, while creating psychological isolation that could undermine morale and tactical effectiveness. The distance that opened between team members during this engagement eliminated possibility of coordinated response, while creating multiple simultaneous combat scenarios that tested individual capabilities without backup support. Tanjiro's concern for Inosuke's survival during their forced separation reflected leadership responsibilities that training had instilled while acknowledging emotional bonds that had developed through shared danger and mutual dependence during previous missions where cooperation had proven essential for achieving positive outcomes. The instructions to survive represented both tactical guidance and personal appeal that transcended operational requirements to encompass friendship and genuine care for partner whose unconventional approach to demon slaying had proven valuable despite personality conflicts. The arrival of Giyu Tomioka to eliminate the father demon demonstrated how Hashira-level capabilities differed qualitatively from standard demon slayer abilities, as his effortless dispatch of opponent who had overwhelmed their combined efforts illustrated gap between their current skill levels and mastery that years of additional training and experience might eventually provide. The water Hashira's intervention saved lives while providing education about power levels that existed within core hierarchy and standards that elite operatives had achieved through dedication that exceeded normal human commitment. The encounter with Rui represented escalation to threat level that exceeded anything their training or previous experience had prepared them to face. As Lower Moon 5's capabilities embodied supernatural power that approached the level of demons who served as Muzan's primary lieutenants in the ongoing war against human civilization. The casual demonstration of his strength through environmental manipulation that transformed trees into weapons illustrated how elite demons could reshape reality itself to create tactical advantages that human opponents could not counter through conventional means. The false family structure that Rui had created through fear and supernatural coercion represented corruption of bonds that should have provided love and protection, transforming natural human relationships into instruments of control and suffering that served demonic purposes while maintaining facade of normalcy that concealed underlying horror. The abuse that characterized his interactions with supposed family members revealed how completely demonic transformation could pervert natural instincts toward care and nurturing into mechanisms for inflicting pain and maintaining dominance. Tanjiro's recognition that these bonds were artificial rather than genuine reflected moral insight that could distinguish between authentic relationships based on love and mutual support versus counterfeit connections that utilized fear and obligation to create compliance without affection. The denial of family legitimacy challenged Rui's fundamental assumptions about his right to possess and control others, while establishing moral framework that would guide the combat that followed their ideological confrontation. The threads that served as Rui's primary weapons represented blood demon art that combined cutting power with binding capability, creating tactical situation where movement and positioning became as dangerous as direct attack, while limiting options for evasion and counterattack that conventional combat training had assumed would remain available during supernatural encounters. The invisible nature of many thread placements created additional hazards that made environmental awareness crucial for survival, while demonstrating how elite demons could control battlefield conditions in ways that negated human advantages in mobility and tactical flexibility. The water-breathing techniques that Tanjiro employed against these thread-based attacks proved inadequate for overcoming supernatural materials whose properties exceeded normal physical limitations, forcing adaptation to combat conditions that required innovation beyond established forms and techniques that training had provided. The failure of conventional approaches created necessity for accessing abilities that lay beyond standard Demon Slayer capabilities, while accepting risks that such experimentation might create when facing opponent whose power left little margin for error or gradual learning through trial and correction. The emergence of Hinokami Kagura as alternative to water breathing represented awakening of inherited abilities that connected Tanjiro to family traditions and ancestral knowledge that formal training had not addressed or recognized as relevant to Demon Slayer operations. The fire-based techniques that manifested through this ancient breathing style provided power that could overcome supernatural defenses while creating tactical options that water breathing alone could not achieve against opponents whose capabilities exceeded conventional demon threat parameters. The family memories that triggered this awakening connected combat necessity with emotional foundation that gave meaning to technical capability, transforming mechanical application of inherited techniques into expression of love and determination that transcended individual survival to encompass protection of values and relationships that made life worth preserving. The psychological transformation that accompanied technical evolution created mental state where impossible achievements became possible through complete commitment to goals that exceeded personal welfare. The thread cutting that became possible through Hinokami Kagura demonstrated how proper technique could overcome materials that had seemed invulnerable to conventional approaches, providing tactical breakthrough that enabled engagement with opponent whose defensive capabilities had previously made direct combat impossible. The successful destruction of Rui's web-based advantages created opportunity for close-quarters combat where human determination and technique might prove decisive against supernatural power that relied on environmental control for tactical superiority. The exhaustion that accompanied use of Hinokami Kagura reflected physical costs associated with accessing power that exceeded normal human limitations, creating tactical situation where success required balancing enhanced capability against reduced endurance that could prove fatal if engagement extended beyond sustainable duration. The knowledge that such techniques could not be maintained indefinitely added urgency to combat resolution, while creating pressure to achieve decisive results quickly, rather than engaging in extended confrontation that might favor opponent with superior stamina and recovery capability. The aftermath of Mount Natagumo's horrors stretched into dawn with the weight of supernatural exhaustion that came from encounters with forces beyond normal human comprehension. Yet for Tanjiro and his unconscious sister, the true trial was only beginning as Kakushi operatives emerged from the forest shadows to bind them with ropes that transformed rescuers into captors through protocols that brooked no consideration for the extraordinary circumstances that had brought a demon slayer and demon into alliance against common enemies. The efficiency with which these support personnel secured their prisoners reflected training that prioritized containment over investigation, treating the unprecedented situation according to established procedures that assumed guilt, rather than seeking to understand complexities that conventional doctrine had never anticipated. The journey toward headquarters that followed their capture proceeded through landscapes that seemed to exist in different seasons simultaneously, as if the Demon Slayer Corps had chosen locations that embodied transitions between worlds, where normal rules gave way to stranger realities, governed by ancient traditions and supernatural wisdom. The Kikushi who supervised their transport maintained professional silence that prevented any explanation or appeal that might have clarified the circumstances of their partnership, creating atmosphere of judicial inevitability that transformed what should have been triumphant return from successful mission into procession toward judgment, whose outcome remained uncertain despite their obvious dedication to core objectives. The estate that served as headquarters for the Demon Slayer Corps occupied terrain that seemed naturally defensible while maintaining aesthetic harmony with surrounding forest that suggested generations of careful planning and development, guided by principles that balanced practical security needs with deeper understanding of how environment affected human psychology and spiritual well-being. The architecture that greeted their arrival reflected traditional Japanese design principles, elevated through attention to detail and quality of materials that indicated resources and craftsmanship available to organization whose influence extended far beyond simple military operations. The Hashira who had assembled for this unprecedented trial represented pinnacle of human achievement in supernatural warfare, their individual presence creating atmospheric pressure that seemed to compress reality around them, while their collective attention focused on prisoners whose fate would be determined through deliberations that carried weight of institutional precedent and operational security concerns that transcended individual circumstances or personal appeal. Each pillar embodied different approach to demon-slaying methodology while maintaining shared commitment to principles that had guided core operations through generations of conflict against forces that threatened human civilization. The flame Hashira Kyojiro Rengoku radiated enthusiasm and confidence that seemed to burn away shadows through sheer force of personality, his infectious optimism creating counterpoint to the serious nature of proceedings, while suggesting that even grave deliberations could be approached with joy and hope, rather than grim determination alone. His voice carried warmth that transformed formal interrogation into something approaching friendly conversation, yet beneath his cheerful demeanor lay steel that reflected absolute commitment to protecting innocent people from supernatural threats, regardless of personal cost or social convention. The sound Hashira Tengen Uzui embodied flamboyant approach to warrior identity that celebrated individual excellence, while maintaining tactical effectiveness that justified apparent vanity through results that exceeded what conventional humility might have achieved. His decorated appearance and theatrical mannerisms created visual spectacle that commanded attention while concealing analytical capabilities that assessed threats and opportunities with precision that matched his obvious physical prowess and combat experience. The Love Hashira Mitsuri Kanroji brought feminine perspective to deliberations that might otherwise have been dominated by masculine approaches to problem solving. Her emotional openness, creating space for considerations that pure logic might have overlooked, while her obvious strength demonstrated that gentleness and power could coexist within individuals who refused to accept artificial limitations based on social expectations. Her curiosity about Nezuko reflected genuine interest rather than tactical assessment, suggesting possibilities for understanding that transcended adversarial relationships. The mist Hashira Muichiro Tokito represented youth elevated to mastery through dedication that had accelerated normal development processes, his apparent detachment concealing depths of knowledge and capability that exceeded what his age should reasonably have been able to accumulate through conventional training and experience. His quiet observation of proceedings suggested analytical approach that gathered information before reaching conclusions, creating impression of careful judgment that would not be swayed by emotional appeals or surface appearances. The serpent Hashira Obanai Iguro embodied vigilance that bordered on paranoia, yet served essential function in organization that faced enemies whose capabilities included deception and infiltration techniques that could compromise security through methods that conventional caution might prove inadequate to detect or counter. His obvious distrust of unprecedented situations reflected institutional memory of occasions when compassion had been exploited by enemies whose psychological manipulation could turn virtue into weakness that threatened entire communities. The stone Hashira Gyome Himejima represented combination of physical power and spiritual depth that transcended normal understanding of warrior identity, his obvious piety creating foundation for moral authority that influenced deliberations through example rather than argument, while his massive presence served as reminder that some threats required responses that exceeded what ordinary human capabilities could provide. His tears suggested emotional engagement with moral complexities that surrounded their unusual case, while his prayers indicated framework for decision-making that encompassed considerations beyond tactical calculation. The insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho brought scientific approach to supernatural warfare that supplemented traditional sword techniques with chemical knowledge and medical understanding that created tactical options unavailable to operatives who relied purely on physical prowess and conventional weapons. Her apparent, calm, concealed, analytical mind that processed information with precision, while her medical background provided perspective on demon physiology and transformation processes that could prove valuable for understanding Nezuko's unusual condition. The wind Hashira Sanami Shinazugawa embodied aggressive approach to demon elimination that reflected personal experience with supernatural evil that had shaped his worldview toward absolute hostility against anything that bore demonic nature, regardless of apparent retention of human characteristics. His obvious anger at proceedings that questioned established protocols reflected institutional position that prioritized security over innovation, while his scars provided visible evidence of costs associated with supernatural warfare. The water Hashira Giyu Tomioka maintained stoic silence that concealed emotional investment in proceedings that would determine fate of individuals whose survival he had enabled through decisions that violated standard operating procedures, his presence serving as implicit testimony to circumstances that had led to current situation, while his reputation provided credibility for positions that might otherwise have been dismissed as naive or dangerous. His willingness to accept consequences for rule violations demonstrated commitment to principles that transcended institutional loyalty. The master who presided over these deliberations represented continuity and wisdom that guided core operations through generations of leadership that had maintained organizational effectiveness despite external pressures and internal disagreements that might have fragmented less cohesive institutions. Kagaya Ubuyashiki's presence transformed formal trial into family discussion where different perspectives could be expressed and considered without destroying unity that enabled collective action against threats that required coordinated response from operatives whose individual capabilities were inadequate for achieving necessary results. The revelation of correspondence from Sakonji Urokodaki provided external validation for circumstances that had led to current unprecedented situation, his reputation and experience lending credibility to explanations that might otherwise have been dismissed as elaborate deception or wishful thinking by operatives whose training emphasized skepticism about anything that challenged established doctrine. The former Water Hashira's willingness to accept personal responsibility for consequences of his students' actions demonstrated traditional honor system that placed individual accountability above organizational protection. The commitment that both Giyu and Sakonji made to seppuku, if Nezuko harmed humans, created stakes that elevated proceedings beyond simple administrative decision-making toward matters of life and death that reflected genuine belief in positions they had taken regarding demons retained humanity. Their willingness to sacrifice themselves for principles they defended provided evidence of sincerity that transformed abstract philosophical debate into concrete test of judgment that would be measured through consequences that could not be reversed or modified through subsequent reconsideration. The test that Sanemi proposed represented direct challenge to claims about Nezuko's nature that would either validate positions that had been taken regarding her exceptional character or expose them as dangerous delusions that threatened operational security and public safety. The Maraki blood that he drew from self-inflicted wounds created olfactory stimulus that should have triggered feeding response in any demon whose transformation remained complete, providing objective criteria for evaluating competing theories about her psychological condition. The struggle that Nezuko displayed when confronted with temptation that should have overwhelmed any remaining human will demonstrate its strength of character that transcended simple hunger suppression to encompass active resistance against instincts that defined demonic nature for every other known bear's case of transformation. Her obvious suffering while maintaining restraint provided visual evidence of internal conflict between human consciousness and supernatural compulsions that conventional understanding of demon psychology had assumed was impossible to sustain. The protective response that she showed toward her brother when Sanemi's aggressive testing threatened his safety illustrated priority system that placed family welfare above personal desire, while demonstrating retained capacity for self-sacrifice that normal demons had lost through transformation processes that eliminated empathy and emotional connection to anything beyond immediate gratification. Her positioning between threat and beloved family member reflected decision-making that considered others' welfare rather than purely selfish calculation. The tears that accompanied her resistance to Blood's temptation suggested emotional engagement with moral struggle that indicated consciousness capable of experiencing regret, determination, and love in ways that distinguished her condition from typical demonic transformation that eliminated such complex psychological states in favor of simplified predatory focus. Her visible anguish, while maintaining restraint, demonstrated that her unusual nature involved ongoing internal conflict rather than simple absence of demonic characteristics. The acceptance that followed this demonstration reflected collective recognition that unprecedented situations might require unprecedented responses that moved beyond established protocols toward creative solutions that addressed unique circumstances without compromising fundamental principles that guided organizational operations. The decision to permit continued partnership between human demon slayer and reformed demon created legal precedent that acknowledged possibilities for cooperation that previous doctrine had never contemplated or authorized. The conditions that accompanied this acceptance established framework for monitoring and evaluation that would enable early detection if circumstances changed in ways that made continued cooperation inappropriate or dangerous, while providing structure for ongoing assessment of experimental partnership whose results could influence future policy regarding similar cases that might emerge as understanding of demon psychology and transformation processes continued to evolve through practical experience and scientific investigation. The medical attention that both siblings received at Butterfly Mansion represented not only treatment for physical injuries sustained during Mount Natagumo operations, but beginning of integration process that would help them adapt to new roles within core structure that accommodated their unusual partnership while maintaining operational effectiveness and institutional security. The specialized facilities and expertise available at this location provided optimal environment for recovery and preparation for future missions that would test their abilities under more controlled conditions. The rehabilitation training that was prescribed for their recovery period addressed not only physical conditioning that had been compromised through combat injuries, but coordination skills that would be required for effective partnership in future operations where Nezuko's abilities would need to be integrated with conventional demon slayer techniques. The systematic approach to this preparation reflected understanding that successful innovation required careful development rather than simple good intentions. The political implications of their acceptance within core hierarchy created opportunities and obligations that extended beyond individual circumstances toward broader questions about organizational adaptation to changing conditions and emerging possibilities that had not existed when current policies and procedures were established. Their unique status would influence how future cases were evaluated and what precedents would guide decisions about cooperation with supernatural entities whose loyalty remained aligned with human interests. The training regimen that was established for their continued development reflected recognition that conventional preparation methods might prove inadequate for partnership that involved abilities and challenges that standard instruction had never addressed, requiring innovation in educational approaches that could prepare both human and demon for cooperation that maximized their respective strengths while minimizing vulnerabilities that their unusual alliance might create during operational deployment. The psychological adjustment that was required for both participants involved accepting new identities that combined their original natures with evolved roles that reflected their transformed relationship to core operations and supernatural warfare generally, creating personal growth that paralleled institutional adaptation to circumstances that challenged established assumptions about appropriate relationships between human and demon entities. The future missions that awaited them would test not only their individual development, but institutional capacity to support experimental approaches to demon slayer operations that might provide tactical advantages unavailable through conventional methods, while maintaining security standards that protected both operatives and civilian populations from risks that innovation might create if inadequately managed or supervised. The precedent that their case established would influence how subsequent situations involving unusual demons or unconventional partnerships would be evaluated and managed, creating framework for institutional learning that could enhance organizational effectiveness while maintaining core principles that had enabled successful operations throughout previous generations of supernatural warfare. The recovery that took place within the serene confines of the Butterfly Mansion unfolded like a gradual awakening from nightmare into possibility, as Tanjiro's battered body slowly healed from injuries that had pushed him beyond normal human limitations, while his mind processed revelations about institutional acceptance that transformed his understanding of what might be achievable within the rigid structure of Demon Slayer operations. The medical facilities that Shinobu Kocho had developed represented fusion of traditional healing arts with scientific innovation that created therapeutic capabilities exceeding anything available to ordinary practitioners. Yet the true healing that occurred within these walls extended beyond physical restoration to encompass psychological preparation for challenges that would test every aspect of his developing abilities. The rehabilitation training that began once his most serious injuries had stabilized introduced Tanjiro to systematic approaches to physical conditioning that differed qualitatively from the intuitive methods that Sakonji had employed. During his foundational education, replacing mountain climbing and boulder splitting with carefully calibrated exercises designed to develop specific capabilities that advanced Demon Slayer operations would require. The precision instruments and measured progressions that characterized this training reflected scientific understanding of human potential that could guide development toward clearly defined objectives rather than relying on trial-error approaches that might prove inadequate for preparing operatives to face threats whose power exceeded normal parameters. Aoi Kanzaki's role as primary instructor for their rehabilitation program demonstrated how non-combatant personnel contributed essential capabilities to Demon Slayer operations through specialized knowledge that supplemented but could not replace the frontline expertise that active field operatives developed through direct experience with supernatural threats. Her medical background and analytical approach to physical development created educational environment that addressed individual limitations and strengths through personalized programs that maximized potential while acknowledging realistic constraints that training could improve but never completely eliminate. The younger girls who assisted with rehabilitation activities brought perspectives that reminded Tanjiro of his own siblings while providing practical support that enabled more intensive training than would have been possible through individual effort alone. Their enthusiasm and dedication creating motivational atmosphere that transformed potentially tedious conditioning work into collaborative activities that built relationships while advancing shared objectives. Their presence served as reminder that Demon Slayer operations existed to protect innocent people whose safety depended on maintaining capabilities that could meet any challenge, regardless of personal cost or sacrifice required. The total concentration breathing constant that formed the cornerstone of advanced Demon Slayer conditioning required fundamental revision of autonomic processes that most people never consciously controlled, transforming respiration from unconscious biological function into deliberately managed system that could enhance all physical capabilities while providing foundation for accessing power that exceeded normal human limitations. The mental discipline required to maintain enhanced breathing patterns during all daily activities, including sleep, created psychological framework that prepared consciousness for accessing abilities that conventional training could never develop or sustain. The difficulty that Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke initially experienced with this advanced conditioning reflected how comfortable they had become with intermediate skill levels that seemed adequate for missions they had previously completed. Yet their struggles also demonstrated that continued growth required willingness to abandon familiar patterns in favor of approaches that initially felt awkward or unnatural until repetition created new standards of normal function. The frustration that accompanied early training sessions provided motivation for persistence while teaching valuable lessons about how mastery required patience with gradual development rather than expecting immediate results. The competition that developed between the three young demon slayers during their rehabilitation period created healthy rivalry that pushed each participant toward higher performance levels, while building bonds of mutual respect and friendship that would prove essential for future operations where their lives would depend on absolute trust and coordination between partners whose capabilities complemented each other perfectly. Their different personalities and training backgrounds provided diverse perspectives that enriched their collective understanding of Demon Slayer techniques, while preventing any individual from becoming too rigid in approach to problem solving. Kanao Tsuyuri's involvement in their training provided example of advanced technique application that demonstrated what sustained dedication could achieve when natural talent was combined with systematic instruction and unwavering commitment to perfection in every aspect of Demon Slayer arts. Her apparent effortlessness in activities that challenged their maximum efforts served as inspiration while illustrating gaps that remained between their current abilities and levels that would be required for facing threats that exceeded anything their previous experience had prepared them to handle. The coin-flipping decision-making process that governed Kanao's behavior patterns revealed psychological adaptation to trauma that had created functional responses to situations where normal emotional processing might have proven inadequate for maintaining operational effectiveness, yet also demonstrated how survival mechanisms could become limitations that prevented full development of human potential when circumstances no longer required such protective measures. Her interactions with Tanjiro began to show possibilities for healing that extended beyond physical rehabilitation toward emotional recovery that could restore capacity for spontaneous action and genuine connection. The stories that Shinobu shared about her own path toward becoming Hashira provided insight into personal costs associated with dedicating one's life to supernatural warfare, while illustrating how individual tragedy could be transformed into motivation for protecting others from similar losses. Her account of her sister Kane's death at the hands of an upper moon demon revealed depths of pain and determination that drove her scientific approach to demon elimination, transforming grief into systematic research that sought more efficient methods for ending supernatural threats that conventional sword techniques might prove inadequate to address. The poison-based combat techniques that Shinobu had developed represented innovation that adapted Demon Slayer principles to individual physical limitations, while creating tactical capabilities that could overcome supernatural strength and regeneration through application of knowledge rather than raw power. Her approach demonstrated how intellectual capabilities could supplement physical prowess when properly focused and systematically applied, providing alternative pathways to effectiveness that might prove accessible to operatives whose natural gifts differed from traditional warrior archetypes. The relationship between the Kocho sisters that emerged through Shinobu's reminiscences illustrated how family bonds could survive death through dedication to shared values and continued commitment to objectives that transcended individual mortality, creating legacy of purpose that gave meaning to sacrifice while inspiring others to maintain traditions that preserved what was most valuable about those who had been lost. The complexity of emotions that characterized Shinobu's memories revealed ongoing struggle between grief and determination that shaped her approach to demon encounters in ways that combined tactical effectiveness with personal healing. The completion of rehabilitation training marked a transition from recovery phase toward active preparation for missions that would test their enhanced capabilities against threats whose power would require every advantage that advanced conditioning and improved coordination could provide, yet also represented achievement of personal growth that extended beyond simple physical improvement toward development of confidence and determination that could sustain them through challenges that would test their resolve as much as their technique. The celebration that accompanied their successful mastery of total concentration, breathing constant, reflected recognition that they had crossed threshold toward operational readiness that qualified them for missions that standard training had been insufficient to prepare them for. The assignment to join Kyojiro Rengoku on the Infinity Train mission represented both opportunity and test, as partnership with established Hashira would provide education in advanced techniques while exposing them to threat levels that would determine whether their enhanced training had been adequate for survival in circumstances where tactical errors could prove immediately fatal. The Flame Hashira's enthusiastic acceptance of their support reflected confidence in their development, while acknowledging that even elite operatives benefited from capable backup when facing enemies whose capabilities remained unknown until direct engagement provided intelligence that might arrive too late for adjustment of strategy. The train itself represented convergence of traditional supernatural threats with modern technological innovation that created operational environment unlike anything Demon Slayer training had traditionally addressed, as the enclosed space and mechanical systems provided both tactical advantages and limitations that would require adaptation of conventional approaches to demon elimination in ways that training scenarios had never anticipated. The civilian passengers whose safety would become primary responsibility during any combat operations created additional complexity that transformed straightforward elimination mission into protection scenario where collateral damage would be unacceptable, regardless of tactical advantages that might be achieved through less discriminating approaches. The intelligence briefing that preceded their departure indicated demon activity that involved psychological manipulation rather than direct physical assault, suggesting blood demon art capabilities that operated through mechanisms that standard defensive techniques might prove inadequate to counter without understanding of how supernatural influence could affect human consciousness and decision-making processes. The reports of disappearances that occurred without obvious signs of struggle implied sophisticated predation methods that could overcome normal human awareness and resistance through subtlety rather than overwhelming force. Kyojiro's explanation of his own mission parameters revealed how Hashira-level operations differed from standard Demon Slayer assignments through scope and complexity that reflected both increased capability and enhanced responsibility for outcomes that could affect entire regions rather than individual communities. His casual confidence about facing unknown threats provided example of mental framework that enabled elite operatives to function effectively despite uncertainty while maintaining optimism that supported morale and tactical flexibility. When circumstances required rapid adaptation to changing conditions, the philosophical discussions that developed during their journey toward the train highlighted fundamental differences in worldview that shaped individual approaches to Demon Slayer operations. As Kyojiro's unwavering belief in human potential and moral responsibility created framework for decision-making that prioritized protection of others over personal safety, while inspiring those around him to achieve performance levels that exceeded what they had previously believed possible. His teachings about the importance of maintaining strong heart regardless of external circumstances provided psychological foundation that would prove essential for surviving challenges that tested mental resilience as much as physical capability. The boarding of the Infinity Train marked transition from preparation phase toward direct engagement with threats whose nature remained mysterious, despite intelligence gathering that had preceded their arrival, creating atmosphere of anticipation and uncertainty that required constant vigilance, while preventing complete relaxation that normal travel might have provided. The civilian passengers whose presence complicated operational requirements served as reminder that Demon Slayer activities always occurred within context of protecting innocent people, whose welfare took precedence over tactical, convenience, or personal preference. Enmu's initial influence on the train's environment operated through mechanisms so subtle that detection required awareness of supernatural manipulation techniques that most humans lacked, creating tactical situation where the enemy's first advantage came through remaining unrecognized until psychological effects had progressed beyond easy reversal through conventional resistance methods. The gradual onset of altered consciousness among passengers and operatives alike demonstrated how sophisticated blood demon art could overcome normal human mental defenses through patience and systematic application rather than dramatic assault that would trigger immediate defensive responses. The dream states that began affecting everyone aboard the train represented form of psychological warfare that challenged fundamental assumptions about consciousness and reality, creating tactical environment where normal sensory information became unreliable, while decisions based on apparent evidence might prove catastrophically wrong if the underlying perceptions had been manipulated through supernatural means. The difficulty of distinguishing between authentic experience and induced hallucination created strategic problem that conventional combat training had never addressed, because physical techniques remained irrelevant when the battlefield existed primarily within mental constructs rather than external physical space. The civilian accomplices that Enmu recruited from among the train's passengers demonstrated how supernatural influence could corrupt ordinary people whose normal moral framework would have prevented participation in activities that endangered others, yet who became willing participants in demonic schemes through promises that appealed to desperate needs and emotional vulnerabilities that made resistance to temptation extremely difficult. Their involvement complicated tactical responses because they remained fundamentally human despite their cooperation with demonic objectives, requiring approaches that protected them while neutralizing threats they helped create. The tickets that served as vectors for Enmu's blood demon art represented innovation in supernatural attack methodology that utilized modern technology and social customs to create delivery systems for demonic influence that bypassed normal awareness and defensive preparation, demonstrating how traditional threats could adapt to contemporary circumstances while maintaining essential characteristics that made them dangerous to human welfare. The casual nature of ticket distribution ensured widespread exposure while preventing identification of the threat until symptoms had progressed beyond initial stages. The dreams that trapped each victim in psychological constructs based on their deepest desires and emotional attachments created customized prisons that were uniquely difficult to escape because the content appealed to genuine needs and longings that conscious will found extremely difficult to reject, even when rational analysis suggested that the experiences were artificially induced. The personal nature of these mental traps made generic escape techniques inadequate while requiring individual solutions that addressed specific psychological vulnerabilities that the demon had identified and exploited. Tanjiro's dream of reunion with his deceased family members represented the most cruel and effective possible trap for someone whose deepest motivation involved protecting and preserving family relationships, creating a scenario where escape required accepting loss and separation that his conscious mind desperately wanted to avoid. Despite understanding that continued engagement with false reality would prevent him from fulfilling actual responsibilities to his living sister and companions, the emotional torture involved in choosing duty over desire provided insight into psychological costs that Demon Slayer service imposed on individuals whose personal losses made them vulnerable to supernatural manipulation. The recognition that enabled Tanjiro to distinguish dream from reality came through accumulated awareness of spiritual and sensory details that his enhanced perception could detect even within altered states of consciousness, providing escape route that depended on capabilities that normal humans would not possess, and training that had developed unusual sensitivity to environmental factors that might reveal supernatural influence. His ability to wake himself through controlled self-harm demonstrated commitment to truth over comfort while providing tactical advantage that could be extended to assist others whose escape might require external intervention. Nezuko's intervention through her blood demon art represented supernatural assistance that operated according to principles that remained mysterious yet proved capable of countering Enmu's psychological manipulation through mechanisms that suggested some forms of demonic power could be turned against other demons when properly directed and controlled. Her ability to affect both dream and reality simultaneously indicated capabilities that transcended normal understanding of how blood demon arts functioned, while providing crucial support for tactical operations that required supernatural solutions to supernatural problems. And so we reach a resting point in Tanjiro's journey, though his path stretches far beyond this quiet moment. From a simple charcoal seller to a demon slayer whose heart could reach even the most lost souls, Tanjiro showed us that strength comes not from the sharpness of one's blade, but from the depth of one's compassion. His story reminds us that even in the darkest nights, when demons lurk in every shadow, the human spirit can shine brighter than any flame. Like the cherry blossoms that bloom each spring despite winter's harshness, hope endures in the face of despair. As you drift towards sleep, gentle blade bearer, carry with you Tanjiro's lesson that every demon was once human, every enemy was once someone's family, and every breath we take is an opportunity to choose kindness over cruelty. Let the rhythm of total concentration, breathing ease your mind, and may your dreams be filled with the same unwavering determination that carried a boy from the mountains to legend. Rest well, and remember, the sun will rise again tomorrow.